Ah, there's the music drop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see you have a new jam icon up. Shiny Umbreon's best Umbreon.
But it's a special kind of shiny Umbreon. Yep, that's what I mean.
Well, Sign's still shade of blue.
Next thing you know, Patrick's gonna turn a little bit of blue.
Also, 8,000. You asked me about Cooper earlier.
Yeah.
I told you he was getting an X-ray. So we weren't really thinking that there was anything wrong with his head. He didn't have any fractures or internal growth like a tumor. What the vets are thinking is that he has a possible condition that involves abnormal bone growth. So theoretically, all this is going to mean is that his head will be a little lopsided growing up. So, if he puts his head into your hand, you're going to feel like one side of his head is slightly larger than the other.
Hello, Chris, Lynn, Ninja Blade. Wait, Fra? Oh, hey, Fra.
Hey, Lou. Hey, Ninja Blade.
Very excited.
Fra, I saw those toga taxes you were posting earlier. Good stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Nug.
Hey, Nug.
It says I need to reapply that Vapo rub in an hour.
Take your time. I'll be chilling back and listening.
One.
Okay, I mean, I just checked. I don't think I noticed too much lag. Oh, I was just checking the lag thing, whether there was some kind of echo or something. Okay. All right. Okay. Alright. Diary entry number 14. For a mission where things have gone mostly fine, it's weird how it feels things are falling apart. It started when we visit Sunrose today. She's been working on upping the production of Reviver seeds. Maybe I should start with the good news first. Castor's up and walking about. While he's not fully recovered, he's at least able to fight, and fight very well. I'm not sure if it's his new poison typing or something more, but he has a nasty new sludge attack that's fairly effective. Note to self, pay extra caution not to stand in front of him when in combat. Got to meet one of Glacey's past lives. The one that the distortions have been parroting. Umbriel's pretty nice. One of the Absols that have been around New Treasure Town was using a strange device. One that works between dimensions? Something about active terminal for human emulation and realism? Sadly, Fermi is not one of the humans, but she does come from a world with them. And that's about it for the positives. As for the rest of today's events, where to begin? I had a chance to talk with Leela. I wanted to tell her about my plans, let her know where I would be, but everyone was there. Castor had just walked out of the hospital. Too many people around. It would have been awkward to take her aside. Right, the Reviver seeds. You would think such a massive discount on tiny Reviver seeds would be a good thing, and normally it would be if I hadn't tried to hand off the one I had been given. You know, give it to someone who put it to actual good use. With how often Yaluvi takes hits from me, I figured it would be best if he would be the best to use the Reviver seed I got. That made him suspicious. Asked me if I felt like I don't deserve nice things. I can't tell them about my plans. Not yet. I can't have the team trying to stop this. The mission today was a place filled with bugs. Again, as a fire type, that should have been a breeze. But making it a breeze to get through is the problem. It makes me look strong, which is going to make it difficult to explain when I leave. Taking a couple good hits does not negate the fact that I'm an escort that goes down in a single good blow. Haven't even taken 3 hits, and I've already broken something again. As if the world were taunting me, I picked up a Reviver seed in the dungeon. Being closer to the back, I was thinking about sneaking it into Levi's bag, as he was the closest one of the group. However, we were never in the back long enough to get a good chance. Too many eyes watching. If anybody saw me, there would be questions. More questions about why. I can't let them see that. There was a moment where I was beside Aluvi, it would have been perfect. Aluvi keeps taking hits from me. He deserves the Reviver seed. The Reviver seed isn't wasted on him. What kind of terrible follower along would I have to be to use up a team's Reviver seeds? Today I learned just how nasty the distortions could be. At first, it was a little odd that Pokemon were disturbed by them. So what if the distortions look a little strange? Then they copied us, which was weird, but okay. And today, the distortions copied Glacey's... what was it again? Daughter? I think she said? Whatever force is behind the distortion is clearly personal and very, very vindictive. That fight was brutal. Every time that Eevee seemed close to defeat, it would just change forms. But even the distortion doesn't have infinite stamina. When that thing hit Sylveon, it actually started distorting, as if all the copies of a double team were trying to occupy the same spot. As mentioned, I'm currently hurting after that fight. It's too bad those damn distortions don't sleep. It would have been a good chance to use it. I won't get rid of the injury, but it will at least get rid of these extra pains. After such an exhausting fight, we're currently resting where the fight ended. When I pulled my journal to write, I noticed that in my infinite lack of foresight, that I had left my resignation drafts in my bag. How could I be so careless? When I get knocked out again, these could easily spill out. Have I dropped any? I don't think I noticed anyone bending down to pick up paper, and if anyone had noticed, they would have asked by now. There would have been questions. I'll make sure these are packed at the bottom, everything on top. Arceus, I can feel the evolution coming. It's like I'm stuck staring at an alien clock, hearing the tick-ting-talk as the moment nears, seeing the interface so clearly, taunting me that if I could just read the damn thing, I would know the moment of the inevitable. I will be a Braixen. There's no point in being afraid of the inevitable. I will be a seer, and from Cassia City, I will give my visions to those who seek. That is my duty. End of diary, entry number 14.
Hey, Artie.
Hello.
A good one at that.
What's that? Why is it that every time you or someone connected with you, Paul is looking over at Glace as he's speaking, shows up on one of our missions, we're always in for a hell of a fight. I didn't say it was. You'd think that somebody would know how to do something different than fighting. Gonna send GM something in whispers.
Not like you can talk it out with the distortions, as much as I wish we could.
Too much chaos.
It almost seemed like we could have talked to that one Umbreon when it first showed up, but then it's been hostile towards us ever since.
At the same time, as Glacy said, the distortions are not exactly something that needs to be understood. They're not understandable. They're chaotic beings. And okay, this coffee's starting to kick in now, boy.
You had the coffee.
I was in pain.
The way you're handling it looks more like espresso.
Yes.
Regardless.
You see, oh, okay. Never mind.
Regardless. I think we're done here.
Yep. Weird thing for Glacy to say, but okay.
Wait, there's more to see?
There's one path we haven't gone through yet.
So it's because of the mystery dungeon.
So different about this from other mystery dungeons.
Besides the distortions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be alright, Pat? Are you gonna be alright? Uh-oh.
Yep. Because the Windows Update reset all my microphone settings.
Oh,
As
fun.
usual.
Ugh.
There's got to be some way to like get a script going that every time Windows updates, it just waits for the reset to finish and then goes through everything and puts your settings all back to where they were before.
Yeah, so DMing me, Chris, won't help because I'm on scrimmer mode, so I wouldn't notice it.
Also, making sure y'all did hear us, right? Or at least 8000's journal. Good.
Yeah, it was just my microphone audio that wasn't working.
Patrick, are you gonna be alright? You seem to have a little limp.
I guess so.
Lacey reaches into her bag and pulls out a few citrus berries, handing one to each of them.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
You always have to space box.
Out of character, how much does that heal?
50% of
Oh.
myself.
Yeah, 50%. Quarter. Wait, 50 or a quarter?
50. I think.
This was given to everybody?
Yeah. Let's see. Handouts, notes, items, descriptions, berries. 25, okay.
I was about to say.
I mean,
Yeah, I
in
was
the,
thinking-
in
I
the
was
main
thinking about
games,
that.
it's 50%.
True.
Maybe I'll make better citrus berries later. That's
Ah.
250.
Blackjack and
citrus-
hookers.
Super citrus berry.
So wait, what is it for this time?
It's 25%.
Okay, I'll fix that.
Go ahead, Apollo.
There we go.
Lead the way.
Hold here a second. Paul says, putting his nose to the ground and giving a good sniff. He's looking for traps.
You don't notice anything.
Way ahead's clear. Let's go.
Peaceful. You know, without the distortions.
A little too dark for me.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You came from a
Please
cave
move on.
and you're saying it's too dark.
You'd be surprised how lit that cave that I was in was.
Not
That
how
character. I'm just envisioning rave music playing from the cave.
No, there was natural lighting in the cave that it made it
Hold
not
up.
so dark.
I count 3 ahead.
it's work.
One of them's a Zatu. One to the left's got green hair, something red on her chest, or its chest. I don't know what. Is that a dress or something? I don't know. One to the right's blue, got pointy ears, kind of feline in a way. I don't know.
He's looking at the meows because he's trying to identify it.
Levi, meanwhile, trying to identify the Gardevoir.
They appear to be just sort of talking among themselves.
Oh no, they were trying to identify them.
Like what they were, and or the type, and or like, just like little things about.
9, 8. You can tell what they are.
Meow stick.
And a Gardevoir. Yes.
Paul's first just going to give the whole area around a scan to see if there's anything hidden.
Doesn't appear to be anything.
What is this? Kind of a puddle? Is it a small lake?
It's just a little
What kind of
lake pond thing. Water.
Paulo comes over here and clears his throat.
splash?
Takes a dip.
Splish, splash, take a bath.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. Patrick trying to commit Sudoku.
I'm just stuffing my face in the water, okay? I need a drink.
The 3 just kind of look over at them, confused.
Oh, there.
And who are you?
We are Team Eclipse, and this is Glacialis and Umbrio.
Odd to see a team coming around here.
Well, this is a mystery dungeon, but never seen a place like this get this twisted before when one formed.
Oh, sure, you introduced Glacialis and Umbrio, but you don't even mention your own team.
I mentioned the entire team.
And then you didn't even make names. Yeah, I'm just joking.
Well, it's because these two aren't part of the team.
I think they're trying to pull your leg, Apollo.
Oh, I know. And I'm pushing back and poking holes in the basis for his humor, if you will.
You're both pretty. Can we move on?
The 3 just kind of look at each other. The Zlatu looks back at them. It's like, "What did you say?"
You're telling me you missed all the distortion Pokemon wandering around? They're kind of hard to miss.
Oh no, we didn't miss the distortions. We know about those. And we know that's place to miss your dungeon, but how do you mean more twisted than normal?
Well, we just got done encountering a rather aggressive distortion, and, well, that particular one had a significant link to both Glacialis and Umbrio here, and, well, we're here, and it's not. And it was something. I'll leave it at that.
The distortion that was different from other distortions.
I wouldn't say different in the sense that it was a lot more powerful, but yeah, it.
You mind telling me something? Umbrio just looked at the 3. Why are there 3 psychic types in a forest inhabited predominantly by bug types? The Vatu just kind of tilts his head and looks at Umbrio. Well, we live here. Why wouldn't we?
Picked a hell of a place to settle down.
Not outside the realm of imagination, but
It's a little odd, don't you think? What are you 3 really doing here? The Meowstick kind of steps around and stares at Umbrio. Like he said, we live here.
In a forest with a bunch of bug types that are aggressive for Malva City.
I roll insight. Seriously though, should we be rolling intuition?
You can.
Yeah, I was mostly trying to see whether or not they were playing dodgy or beating around the bush.
Ellaby can tell there's something off. Hadrock can tell there's something off. The rest. The rest
Whoops.
can sort of tell that there's something strange, but
Luffy casts a sidelong glance to Apollo, like, there's something up, is what he's saying.
Here's my question to the three. So let me go ahead and repeat the question because it's not getting. It's getting answered, but it's not the complete answer. The three of you say you live here. Yet the other denizens of this forest aren't exactly tolerant of psychic types. So what are you doing here? Because it would take a hell of a psychic type to be able to put up with that kind of a neighborhood, if you catch my meaning, on a day-to-day basis.
never heard of multiple types living in the same forest.
I've heard of it happening. I've also heard of it not being tolerated, as is the case around here.
We don't really pay the bug types much mind.
Well, whether you pay them no mind isn't really their problem. It's whether they pay you mind. And, there's no way you couldn't have run into at least one of them.
I don't know. We have,
Oh.
but they don't really do much to us.
I'm just gonna slowly pat Apollo's shoulder, whisper in your ear.
Hang on just a second, I'm saying something to the GM. I'm gonna
Okay.
deafen for a bit so I can focus.
I'm gonna roll survival, Lacey.
I'll wait till Apollo's done then.
Alright, I think sent.
I'm gonna roll survival.
Apollo's gonna. Sorry. Hadrock's gonna lean in. I think they're whispering here. I think they're trying to read us. Gesturing at his head.
Fair enough.
Definitely more than one.
So everyone roll perception.
Oh, wow. I rolled terribly that time.
Close to my maximum.
Middling at best, but still.
So-
Close to my- Yikes.
People can notice something making a sound around them in the area.
The hell is that? Heck is that? What's that? I hear something.
The
Is
three kind of
sound
look
at
around
lunchtime?
confused. It sounds like a bit of wrestling in the area, and the three look around confused at what's going on.
Levi, meanwhile, is just gonna slowly reach for his badge and just hold on to it. I don't like the sound of that.
Makes two of us.
Towards the east,
Oh,
they see someone approaching.
Oh,
oh,
Is it a?
Oh, hey guys. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I was told to come here.
By who?
Someone I'm friends with.
It doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Doesn't matter who told you, but under what pretense?
They said that something was gonna happen and that I needed to be here.
Interesting way of phrasing it.
Something?
Should we be trying to leave?
And
I don't like the looks of these three.
suddenly, from the trees, as if directed by yes, it is. As if being directed by like precision targeting towards Padrock.
Whoa.
Oh God!
Oh shit.
Can I try to get in the way of that?
Probably not, because it seems as though they are locked onto Padrock.
Aw.
These are 5-strike and priority.
2 of them look like they miss.
They
Unless it's actually lock on. In which case, fucking rip.
Yeah.
So, as if they were actually locked onto Padrock, all 4 of them hit them at the same time.
Hey, what the fuck? Padrock?
Oh, shit.
And Padrock is immediately knocked out.
Oi.
You, can I narrate this?
Go on.
There's only really enough time to see Padrock's eyes go wide. His paw frantically rushing towards his badge, but clearly not fast enough as the water shurikens sent him slamming into the wall, his badge and bag tumbling to the floor.
And as go on.
Some items, I guess the top of his bag would have been the jar of gummy, rolls out of his bag as Padrock slumps to the ground.
As the water shurikens go off, the 3 here look kind of panicked and then promptly teleport away.
Padrock.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Padrock! No.
And Glacialis just sort of jumps over and glares at the 4 Greninja who are in the trees now. And Lysida just jumps on top of Padrock to cover him from any further attacks.
Out of character. I know this sort of breaks the mood, but is anyone else envisioning Lysida just doing the Vaporeon slump?
God. God, it's not the time for that.
I'm sorry, it had to be said.
He possibly could, but they are way up in the trees. And
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I meant one of the psychic types who fucked off.
oh, probably not. They just teleported to who knows where. And technically, they don't have character sheets, so it wouldn't work.
Question.
Fair.
I have a question. Since the Greninja are up in the trees, is it possible that the one that's closest to Aluvi, can he use a Geopebble to try and knock him down out of the tree?
You could try.
I want to try shocking them.
Well, there's a reason why I'm bringing up specifically the Geopebble. Oh, come on!
And
Ah.
this one just kind of jumps onto another branch and stares at the team, and Glacialis and Umbrio just sort of stand back to back before firing off a set of moves at the Greninja before the four of them jump away and seem to disappear.
The hell was that? That was a hit.
Doesn't matter right now. We need to get him out of here.
Right. Lissida.
Lissida just starts to emit a faint light green glow. She's trying to work on getting Padrock stable.
Lysida, I have a med kit if you need me to use it.
Now's not the time.
We just need to get out of here. Come on.
Yes, I know.
She pulls Padrock up onto her back and starts wandering on. And she's like, Glacy, Embryo, we need to go. You're taking us there, right? Yes. Come on.
Wait, what?
Lysida got flipped there on their token. Or squished anyway.
Where the hell are we? Where the hell? Who knew about this mission? Better question.
Lysida just starts off down the forest path. And she's like, I know someone who can help, and they seemed to have known what was going to happen. We had to talk to them about it.
My thoughts exactly.
Well, we can like that. Lead the way. Lead the way. Lead the way, please.
With that, Paula would take out his badge.
From atop the Vaporeon's bag, Padrock coughs up a bit of water before opening his eyes. Ow.
As Lysida continues through, leading them through the forest, they come to an area that's gotten a bit foggy, and the forest starts to open up into a clearing.
I was so focused on those psychic types, we didn't notice the other ones.
It's a bloody diversion.
I'll wait on Apollo to come back.
And I thought that was a nice spot to go for a swim. While we wait for Apollo, someone has redeemed Hydrate.
Yep, I got that. Yes.
Yep, that's for. I mean,
someone
you said you got
has
it. I need to
hydrate.
Someone. Let me go get my water. Wait, I have juice. Screw it, I'll drink my juice.
Oh, nice. What kind of juice?
Oh, it's just like a little flavor packet I put in some water.
I have mango juice.
Pretty
what
much.
Was that?
Finally, I get to bitch at Apollo for something.
Okay. Think. Yeah, it's good that we're moving pretty fast. The coffee's going down. So there's that. You think straight.
Easy there, Levi.
What?
Deep breath.
Okay. Look,
you don't want to wind up like Andre.
Sorry. A little stressed. Didn't expect that someone would go and target him.
So panicked about me.
You have very good reason to be.
Not
Okay.
worth panicking over like that.
Sorry, say that again. It was hard to hear.
I'm not worth panicking over like that.
Okay, clearly you got hit in the head way too bloody hard since you're delirious.
I'm with him on that regard.
Either way, we need...
Alice just kind of glares back at Padrock on Lycida's back and shakes her head before looking back forward. And as they come through the fog, they come to a clearing in the forest, and things start opening up.
Bugs! Bugs everywhere!
Oh. Hello there.
Big boy.
You saw it too.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
3.
Oh, I get it now.
3.
Nice choice.
Oh, there we are.
Lysida just carries Padrock with her, continuing through the big area full of Pokemon.
May I roll a code to identify?
Sure. You've heard some stories.
Xerneas doing here.
Yeah. I work with Xerneas.
Oh, wait, what?
Quite the serene area.
The life Pokemon.
Just at this point, I've just stopped questioning.
You know what? One works for Dialga, one works for Xerneas. You know, I'm not that surprised.
Maybe I did hit my head a bit hard. Just surprised.
First Suicune and now Xerneas. What could be next?
You really want to know?
I mean, we saw a Mew in the just chilling there earlier in New Town.
Xerneas appears to be looking at the lake before turning around and looking towards the team before giving them a low bow of her head.
Padrock attempts to bow in return, but winces as he does so.
Don't strain yourself.
She looks down at Padrock on top of Lysida and gives a nod to her before motioning towards the lake. She nods back to her, stepping towards the lake, looking back at Padrock. I'm gonna have to put you in the water, okay?
Please. You know, I know it sounds weird for a fire type to say, but I actually like swimming.
Well, you wanted to take a dip. May as well take it here.
This will help you.
Splish.
As Padrock is put into the water, Xerneas and Lysida both start to emit a light bluish green glow, and the entire lake slowly lights up. And the surrounding Pokemon look towards them as Padrock's wounds start to gradually heal over the next minute.
That's a hell of a trick.
Eventually, his injuries from the Greninja attack in the previous battle slowly go away, and Padrock restores to maximum health.
Padrock looks down at himself as his body heals. His legs just idly kicking to help keep himself afloat.
Doggy battle, please.
Quite a lot better than staying in the hospital.
Incredible.
I'm sure most of you should know what Xerneas is capable of.
I mean, yeah, but still.
I'm afraid you're gonna have to enlighten me.
Oh, where to even begin? Xerneas is the... Oh boy. Think the legend of life. They are the being that protects life of all things.
So that would explain why the forest looks so much as serene here.
As though no one has ever stepped foot in here. You look around you.
Almost like Suicune in a sense, except very different.
Go ahead, Caster.
They are the life half of the life-death duo.
Wait, there's a second?
Yes.
There is another.
Yeah, that's all.
Indeed.
While
Xerneas keeps life stable, Yveltal maintains the stability of death. Some may say destruction, but
they're not like Eternatus, are they?
Definitely not. Yveltal, despite his name and his role, is not in any way evil.
He just breathes a sigh of relief, like, oh good, we don't have two of them to worry about.
Padrock turns.
Rag. It's just like, yoink!
She just kind of smiles at him and pokes his nose before swimming back towards Padrock.
Out of character. If anything, that'll help Caster recover from this recent transformation of it, at least.
She looks over at Padrock and is like, "How are you feeling?"
I'm a lot better, but you don't need to go through this effort on my behalf.
Worry about it.
He nods.
Xerneas looks over at the rest of the team and just sort of gives a nod to them, looking at the lake.
Levi would take that acknowledgement and just carefully move in as well. More so curious than anything.
Anyone who enters the lake slowly starts healing from their injuries and their health.
Goodness, that feels... Ugh.
Well, if the invitation is there, I guess I should.
Once more straight steps away, so let's see if they want to jump in as well. Well, I'd imagine Glacy and Umbria should probably get in it too. They did take damage.
The two just kind of settle by the lake, just sort of like dipping their paws in, but not quite going in. I'll wait again for Apollo to come back.
Nope, he's moved.
You back straight?
There he is.
Yeah, Olivia's sitting on a shallow side.
This feels... I can stay in this for a while. It's kind of like a hot spring, only nicer somehow.
Wow,
Spring, huh? I've never gotten to go to one of those.
Go ahead straight.
This water just... It's more than just nice. Like, I haven't just felt this I don't know what the right word is, but for lack of a better word, alive. And I feel reinvigorated, but just, it's calming. Almost therapeutic in a way. Does that make any sense?
More than you know.
I think I know right now. I just can't put it into words.
I have a story for later on, I guess.
After another moment, the team can see Paddock start to glow as he's in the water.
Wow, that healing's really working out for you quite well, huh, Padrock?
Padrock?
His kind of floating in the water, he kind of floats a bit more upright as he starts looking at his front paws.
Wait, what?
Trying to start, kind of almost seem trying to flex his claws. Is this?
As he's looking himself over, he appears to grow larger, and the back end of his body starts to sink down, as if starting to become vertical.
Levi gets a yoink.
Bentley. Whoa.
And after a moment longer, his overall appearance seems to change. It's not quite noticeable in the water, but what's above water appears to be somewhat different. And the fluff in his ears also appears to be larger.
Well, you've won him done. At long
Padrock?
last. He's finally done it.
Right.
You just...
And
Congratulations, you
And
graduated
at
from No Hands
last.
Club.
You still don't have.
Go ahead, Caster.
Oh, I was being a shit and said, but you still don't have thumbs.
Congratulations, you
Yet
exited
somehow
No
they
Hands
can hold a stick.
Club. Yes. Just like Evie can hold drink.
So, the chewing stick that Padrock's been holding also seems to grow with him. And remaining in his mouth, it seems... Yeah. It's larger and Padrock's larger. And Lysida just looks over at him with a few blinks, looking him over and is like, Padrock, did you just evolve?
I believe he did.
He's at the point that Lysida approaches. Padrock is kind of turned around, looking at his larger tail, and he kind of uncoils in the water to look at the Vaporeon. I don't know what else this would be. Oh god, I have no Arceus have evolved.
You indeed did.
I
That can occasionally be the effect of life aura, but you were, in fact, already close to evolution.
I knew it was coming, I just didn't think it would be this soon. You know?
It may seem like strange timing that Lysida showed up, but I did send her over there. I could sense a life about to expire.
That can't be right.
Had listener not been there, they very well may have.
I've trusted destiny to keep me alive. It's still scary, getting that close to death.
Sometimes you can't rely on destiny for everything.
Yeah. I guess it's time I stopped avoiding it, huh? And he starts swimming towards shore.
Levi would offer a hand.
Hadrock would take it, reluctantly pulling himself out of the water. Oddly comfortable on two legs as he steps forwards and brushes as his fur heats up.
You get used to it.
To dry himself off.
You're starting to look a little more like Celine.
Wonderful.
Certain colors notwithstanding.
Don't want to too much.
Well, it looks like I still have a long ways before I graduate from No Hands Club.
You'll get there. Me? I think I'm fine where I am.
Hadrock looks over Team Eclipse. About to say something, but not quite able to find the words.
You look as if you're in shock.
He did just have a near-death experience.
He's had many brushes with death, it seems.
Never got the letter done right. I'd have to wing it.
You want to talk about that now, huh?
What?
Levi would just take a quiet moment and reach into his bag a bit before lifting a paper and showing it.
Hadrock panically grabs it from Levi's hands. No, I can't drop one of these. I can't drop these. No,
Hadrock
isn't ready yet. And the letter starts to burn in his grasp.
Hadrock.
What?
Hey.
What?
Levi just straight up put a hand on the shoulder, like, listen. Take a deep breath.
What is it?
You okay?
No.
Good.
I am not. Okay.
Are you able to listen?
I listen to what?
Why do you feel the need to go about it? What's written on that paper? What was written on that paper? It seemed less it seemed less like you were doing it because you wanted to, and more that you had to. I'm curious as to why.
I'm not built to be a rescuer. I'm an escort that has kept tagging along with the team.
Is that so?
That is not what I'm meant to do. If I keep at this,
So, tell me.
Next time,
oh, go ahead.
That is going to be. I can't keep brushing up against death.
Are you scared?
Of course I'm scared.
Makes sense. Though you're doing this because you feel you're not capable. Yet, I think I speak for all of us when I say, had it not been for you, in some of those various cases that we ended up in, we all may have ended up in an early grave. Be it here, be it there. But here we are. You're still here. I'm still somehow here. Castor's still here. Apollo's still kicking. Alivi's still throwing rocks.
And you're saying this after you had to carry me out of there with your own injuries. If anything, carrying me probably made your own injuries worse.
That's what we do as a team.
Would you rather? Go ahead, Alivi.
Sears do.
If I may interject. I think it's best if it's said right now, but do you feel like you're a burden?
Padrock does not seem sure how to answer that. His expression showing thought, but the train of thought never seems to reach the station. Yes.
No one is built to be a rescuer. They become one with training. Anyone can. It's just whether they choose to pursue the goal. Just because you struggle to take hits means nothing with the potential you have. I may not look it, but I was fragile when I started out too. It took me a long time to become as tough as my brother. But when I was, I saw things I couldn't imagine. A world of vast opportunity. I may not be able to handle a beating as much as, say, Donovan, but why do I need to when I can stop them before they get close? Pokemon like us are special in their own way. You just have to work at it.
But why would I? Why should I ask the others to carry me while I struggle to lift my own weight? I can't just shrug off what this growth signals.
You want to know why?
As a seer, I have to be in a spot where others can find me when they need guidance. Me continuing to be a rescuer like this would be like sending Eaton to work at the clinic.
She shakes her head. The thing about destiny, while it takes a firm grasp of us from the start, we grow past it after a while. We break free and go our own way. 3,000 years ago, there were people who did just that, and it changed the course of this world. Christina knew that well. She saw things and challenged them frequently. At times, you just have to ask why. Why are things this way? The easy way is sitting there, letting things pass you by. Simply going the way the world told you to. To get what we want, we have to work at it, even if the path is arduous and painful. What we get in the end is far more fulfilling than what we'd have doing nothing. That's when the old tradition dies. Its place taken by something better. Have you ever taken a step back and wondered what true seer truly spends their days in a single place? You would imagine if they could truly tell what's going on, they'd be on the move. A rescuer's job is to go where they're needed, to handle a situation. A seer? Not so different. When you know there's something before it happens, and you're there to deal with it when it does. Why does one individual stand out in the legends? You know, when those who followed faded to history, surely Charles was onto something when he chose to help Team Wayfinder.
As you have it right there. But
he didn't fight. This is the work that you wanted. It would make more sense for me to send people out, not go out myself.
Sometimes it's just faster if you're the one to do it. You know exactly what's happening, and you're the one who can prevent it. I know you've been struggling to get a grip on your powers, to the point that seeing has become a strain, hasn't it? And you've only done it when you become stressed. Don't you think that's a little unhealthy? But how many times has it just come naturally since you started here? I think rescuing's been good for you. And you've longed to be free, haven't you? Sure, you have doubts now, but I think someone's swayed you to think differently. Do you really want to leave that behind? Leave her?
How could you say that? If I stop being a rescuer, that does not mean I have to stop seeing Leela. It doesn't mean that. After all, if I'm in one spot, it'd be easy for her to come visit. Wouldn't have to worry about managing schedules, right? And look, being a rescuer isn't free. It's subjecting myself to either cowering in the back or taking repeated beatings.
Go ahead, Cass, if you want to say anything.
Just ask you one thing. If you knew all of this from the get-go, that you were destined to be some kind of a seer, that this rescue team thing was never going to work out, why the hell did you join the team in the first place?
In the first place?
Good question.
Darkstorm. I had no idea where they were. What they're up to. If I went back home, they could have just... It was like they could have just dragged me out again. And... it was... for protection.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Padrock. This is gonna be a weird time, but I'm actually gonna bounce off an idea that Caster just presented. I know, blasphemy. If you went and did this, you would be in no better position than I was in. At the first, when you joined the team, you joined for protection. You were afraid of Team Darkstorm. You just said it. Consider what just happened to us. What would have happened if you were alone? What would have happened if neither of us were here? Some other team probably would have tried to come get you. Maybe. We were right there, and we were already almost too late. You say that you want to choose this course because of destiny. Destiny means you stay on a set path. Destiny is far too happy to give you a start and give you an end, whether you want it or not. So tell me this. Tell all of us this. Destiny has had its say. Destiny's going to keep having its say. What's your say in the matter? You want to just follow destiny? Life says you have to be a seer, so be a seer. Go sit in the tent. Go stay there and let life pass you by for God knows how long. Or choose your own path. Maybe choosing your own path is being a seer. If that's the case, then sure. Far be it from me to get in your way. But I'm less interested in what fate has in store for you. I'm more interested in how you want to write your own fate. Just like I had to.
I was writing my own story. I'd take one of those airships and sail off in the sunset.
Never to be seen again?
Not that drastic, but...
You'd see the world. That's what you've always wanted, isn't it?
and not get beaten up doing so.
That is something that you need to work on yourself. Do you want to just stay in place, trying to protect yourself, when you could get out, see the world, experience things, get stronger?
Adruk,
Yes, Olivia?
I want you to know that I do this out of my own free will. I take every step I can to try and find my own place in the team as well. Why do you think I've been throwing myself into every dangerous scenario that I can so much as find? I feel like I may have been a little biased, but I do try to help you. Even if you feel that you may be being protected a little too often. But maybe that's my own fault.
It's not that it's that you're getting her on my behalf.
Adrak, do you know what those people 200 years ago felt when they become things that they never were before? Things they didn't understand, things they didn't know how to function in? And how do you think they felt going into battle, thinking that anything that happened could kill them? How do you think those 3,000 years ago felt when an entire city turned into Pokemon? And nothing could change that. You keep talking about destiny taking you away, but I seem to remember from stories someone saying when things got bleak and there was something that needed to be done, destiny can go fuck itself. You can't let destiny control your every move, your entire life. There are things you need to do yourself.
You might see what there is to come, but that only serves as an advanced warning for you in that regard.
Badrock just looks away from the group.
Voice just kind of nudges him in the back of the shoulder with her nose, and like, something you should think about. Don't be so eager to just walk out and leave, because you very well may regret it.
Alright. I'll sleep on it, alright?
You do that. Xerneas just steps over to them, looking between the team and everyone. Like, you can stay here as you like, but I think you should, at some point soon, return home. I'm sure there are people waiting. Of course. I'm sure there are people waiting for you.
Also, oh, sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
Can I guess before we go, might as well get this off the bucket list. Can I feel your fur?
Sure.
Oh,
I'll lean in.
that is an odd request.
Not that odd.
Not the first time anyone's asked me that.
Bedrock will turn to Caster. Yes. You? Alright? Bedrock is still with his offhand, gently petting the Xerneas.
She just kind of tilts her head. Is something's the matter, dear?
I do believe you have flabbergasted him.
He's just gonna storm off.
Yeah.
Nailed it on the head, didn't I?
Never change, Caster. Never change.
I mean, since the offer's there, I wouldn't mind doing the same.
It's not the first time anyone's asked her that.
I'm going to
Come here,
avoid
you.
that. Uh-oh.
Just
Hold on, I have the appropriate gift for this. Hold on.
Yamero! just gets yoinked.
Nope, not that macro.
Wrong
This
macro.
Pet the kitty.
Pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty, pet the kitty.
Cat is like, let me out.
Oh, sorry, shit. I know that. Close all these.
Yep, sorry, I misclicked.
You're good. I should have taken care of them anyways.
I'm going to avoid that for the time being.
Just kind of tug.
No,
No.
I'm not.
Come on, you. Stop being so stubborn.
Don't want to pet the deer.
And yet you looked like you wanted to. Or
Look,
am I wrong?
next he's going to ask if he can swap out the stick in his tail for one of, like, her branches or something.
I wouldn't go that far.
That would be an interesting sight, though. I'm not gonna lie. A
That-
Xerneas breaks in.
Even if Xerneas here had a branch that she had shed, I think it would be maybe a bit big for me to carry around.
Nonsense. You can shave it down.
Well, she needs to
The
turn
question
into
is, would I want to shave it down? No,
Hmm.
no, I would not.
Go on, Caster.
Well, she needs to turn into a tree first.
That probably won't happen for 1,000 years.
Wait, you're saying that you do turn into a tree?
I do.
Ay, legendaries are weird.
Turned into a Fluttershy. That's a dated reference.
I don't know of it.
I was just gonna make a quick show of the rest of the area on stream. The players have probably seen it. Stream hasn't.
Oh, I just started looking around and I noticed that's a big dino.
Big dino.
Big what?
Big dino up there.
Oh yeah, the Aerodactyl. Yeah, I knew it was up there. I saw it. I was just like, oh, okay.
Scrim.
Flashbacks to dropping rock on Aerodactyl.
So,
Why do you think
That's
he's
singular pebble.
And Caster's singular pebble, 1 damage, rock ball trap.
So good.
it is canon.
It was so insulted by that.
So, if the players have anything more they want to do here, we can. Otherwise, we will switch back to nutrition now. And we'll be arriving at night.
I did have one more thing to say. So, Padrock.
Go ahead.
Also, and this is going to be a little bit selfish of me, but you got hurt. We don't know what happened to you. And frankly, I see you as someone to keep around. I don't think you going anywhere is on my agenda. Because if you go by yourself, I don't know what's gonna happen to you. I don't like what could happen to you. So no, please stay put. I'd rather you somewhere around all of us, so we can watch each other's backs.
Oh, believe me, I've been doing nothing but that.
And it's appreciated. Just as your efforts have been appreciated, Padrock. Because frankly, some of the capabilities you have as a rescuer and fighter are pretty dang good. Just being honest with you.
That does bring a question. What happens when you do become a tree? You just sit there for a long while and then come back?
That's...
Hold on,
Oh, go ahead.
I have another. Go ahead. I'm getting another dumb gif.
Did you get that question, Lacey?
What was that?
Olivia was saying, like, questioning the whole tree thing. Nick's like, so what happens when you become a tree? Is that just how you are for a little while and then you just come back, or?
I remain a tree until my energy is dispersed through the land, and as things grow, they flourish, and then eventually, I come back.
So like a natural rebirth.
I almost spit out my water, goddammit.
Photosynthesis.
Either way, I'm done. That's all I wanted to bring up.
She kind of just looks back at Apollo, doesn't seem to mind him being on her back. As if he's definitely not the first one who's ever done that.
So, what's your take on this, Umbrio? Lacey?
On what?
Everything.
The whole Xerneas thing?
For the most part. Or mostly the pack of ninja we came across. What do you make of that?
Well, we're gonna have to talk about that with Rain. We have no idea why those ninja were there. Why they had their eyes set on Padrock.
Well,
But I gotta look at them and they didn't seem right.
I can think of one reason why they'd be after him, but it just seems a little strange for reasoning. He's
Yeah.
mentioned being, the Great Seer. Why would they be targeting a seer?
Maybe they were just targeting the one that they thought would be they used as a target.
It does
There isn't much to go off of.
Sadly. Well, hopefully we can just rest it off for right now. I was worried I was going to have to make use of the first aid kit, but it seems that just about every one of those injuries he had is gone.
That is how Xerneas works.
Not even a scar. Makes me jealous, in fact. If only it were so simple sometimes.
If everyone is ready, we can return to New Treasure Town and start the little scene at night.
Sure.
Can we take a little 5 or 10 minute break?
What was that?
He wants a
5 to 10 minute break.
Also, sure.
Yeah. I actually need to reapply some Vapor Rub while we're doing that then. That's fine.
Go for it. I knew Glacy said these scenes were going to be big. I didn't realize just how big.
Yeah.
I always say the scenes are big. I don't really say that they're long.
Yeah.
Fair.
They're long. They're launch.
Their launch.
So, with
Also,
that, transition here.
as we're transitioning, Padrock. 8,000?
Yeah, I'm here.
You have a question in Cast AMA.
Yes, you did.
Right.
I did. And we will transition to the BRB screen and take a little break. Right as Chris is telling us to hydrate.
I just hydrated.
All right. So let's see this question.
This is in
Yeah.
reference to Artemis and his 5-minute break.
Someone else like to read the question out?
I can go and read it for you. To Padrock, what types of things do seers do?
Seers set up stalls, and they allow others to come in order to seek guidance, to peer into the future, see where their fates lie, or to get guidance on how to avoid future downfalls. Some seers will charge for their services, while others will give their visions away for free, but will supplement their incomes by selling items, possibly orbs, wands,
Sticks.
items of food, charms, crafted to help, those kinds of things. And yes, wands.
Flashbacks to Charles and his stick collection.
Mhm.
Who the fuck, Charles?
Just gonna BRB quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to wash my hand off with get this cream off.
Charles was the Delphox that Eddie was like ambiguously gay for.
To know.
Chris has beaten the Final Fantasy 14 manner.
Hulk Manor.
Yep.
But did you return when you were supposed to?
We don't
Or
have
did
to
you
do
run-
that anymore.
Oh,
Did you get
Pog. No.
Yeah, they added in a portal after that second boss.
Thank
Music button
God.
I
Glacier.
see the music.
Music. I know, Loon, it's a goddamn miracle.
They actually reworked the third boss in that whole dungeon. Like, you would not recognize the fight. Not that it was particularly memorable to begin with.
Indeed.
Esther, you now have a question in AMA.
It can wait until I'm done having my fucking pizza.
I'll read it out when you're ready.
I'm sorry.
Pizza time.
Nom.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. He said the magic word, I had to.
These questions are both from Ninja Blade, since we don't show properly on the stream.
Indeed.
Ninja Blade is now object.
So,
I object to this truth.
Java, are you okay?
Nope. And apparently this is an issue that a lot of people are having with showing Discord chats on streams.
See, now I'm only thinking of Smooth Criminal with Java instead of Annie. Like, Java, are you okay? Short answer is no. Java is not okay.
I use it okay.
You caster, can you breathe underwater?
Normal Vaporeon can. It's not something I've tested out. Understandably, I don't want to accidentally drown myself again.
Again.
I've had this body for like a week. I'm still figuring things out, okay?
Chris to Padrock. How long?
When Padrock returns.
He's still
I'm
figuring
back.
out his body, has learned
Hi.
how to upchuck in the first week. Learned how to use
Alright.
projectile vomit.
I'll go ahead and read it out for Padrock.
Okay.
Unless you want to, Lacey.
You can go ahead.
From Chris. Padrock, how long have these feelings been festering?
It's honestly hard to say. I guess it's only come to the forefront in the last little while, but the idea of, I guess it's just been slowly building, and I guess it kind of came to a head when I took that heavy hit. Or... No, I think I remember now where it started. It started when Glacy closed that dungeon. That's when I felt like I was reminded of where I belonged, of what I belonged doing. And where, up until less than a few minutes ago, I thought I was destined to go. I'm not really sure right now.
Felt like you were in over your head, sort of thing.
A question for to Levi.
Hold up. I think Cash was about to read it.
That's right.
What's up?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were.
No, that was me saying like Padrock felt like it was in over his head.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever was Padrock, go ahead. 8,000, go ahead. Sorry.
To Levi, is there a possibility for you finding a way to get your hands to normal, or is that irreversible?
Right. These. While I have found ways to reverse engineer what initially caused it, and I thought got rid of it, it only suppressed it. Given how long I've had this in me, literally since I was born, it is hard to say whether or not it's reversible. I'd like to think it's reversible. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's several alchemical combinations out there that could do something. And with Zane being around, not only do I have alchemy, but I also have magic. I wish I can do magic, but till then, I have a magic alchemist in vicinity. So, the possibilities are saying maybe. I don't know, but maybe I can reverse it. I hope I can reverse it. Nice as the marks are, I'd rather not carry this with me.
Quick check on everyone. Artemis here?
Yep.
Arza?
Yep.
Straight? Maybe.
Negatory.
Well, we'll have to wait until Straight comes back.
I've
Yep.
always been back.
What the fuck? Why didn't you say anything?
Ta-da.
I asked you if you were here. And 8,000.
Yeah,
I am
that's
here.
hard enough. Damn it, no. I just was not paying attention.
Oh, we got one more question before we go.
Read it out.
It's to everybody. To the gang, if there was one entity or person you could lay a curse upon, who?
I want to figure out who is causing all these distortions, if there is anyone behind it. And then, my target is that my curse would be that they just disappear completely from everything and everyone, and they just become forgotten, and they can't do anything else like that. So yeah, that'd be my curse on them.
Vicious.
Vicious, but understandable.
What about you, Caster?
That is a good question. I really don't know, to be honest with you. Closest I could think of would maybe be what was his name? Zorella, the idiot who summoned Eternatus in the first place, turned me into this.
Yeah, kind of hard to curse a corpse, though. If there was one to leave if there was one even around. Oh, go ahead, Glissy. Sorry.
Not even a corpse.
True. Kind of hard to curse a pile of ashes.
They didn't say when.
True.
What about you, Levi?
If I could curse someone, I'd probably curse Caster to smile for once in every time. Every once in a while, just smile a little bit. But no. If I were to give a more serious answer, I have someone in mind. The person who started this. Not the Glaceon. No. Someone entirely different. Just there's an entity. All you need to know is there's an entity in my life who I'd rather disappear. Just cease to be. Don't worry about the details. Just it's no one you know.
Yeah.
If there was anyone I would curse, it would be the first person who even so much as dared came up with the idea of ZRD. Whatever blasphemous drug you want to call it should never have had to exist in the first place. And I would curse them with intellectual degradation. So much as if they attempted to create this thing again, or even another version of it. They would work in reverse and be forced to stick with that forever.
Harry Hermit.
Unfortunately, most likely that person again is Ash.
Oh no. He intends for that to apply to anybody who tries to bring it back.
What about Hadrock?
Who would I curse? Resco. I swear my neck still itches from where he bit to drag me out to the woods.
Enough.
So, everyone is back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Straight
I have always been back.
and Herzog.
Yep.
Okay. Back to the session. And we will transition to Town at Night. And preferably a map, please. Thank you very much.
Ta-da.
So after the team has returned to a town, that is not the right thing for Caster or Levi.
Say, hello, old versions.
There we are.
Been a while since I've done night session.
This is fair.
We are in Glacialis' house, so I guess time reverted just very slightly for a moment.
So the team has returned to New Treasure Town, and Glacialis and Umbrio have first gone off to talk with Rain for a bit before bringing the team to their house. And Glacialis takes a moment to sit down and just kind of think a bit, and looks over at Umbrio and then the team, and like, so we may have come up with some idea for what happened in the forest.
Which part?
Well, the numerous things that have happened. But to start, those psychic types in the forest weren't supposed to be here, there, obviously.
Mhm.
I can agree with
They
that.
may possibly be responsible for the twisting of the forest.
Is it
Given
connected with some other organization?
we don't know. It's the first time we've really ever seen those individuals. But being psychic types, it is possible they may have done something to twist the forest around.
Like a trick room?
Who knows?
What do they even have
They
to gain from?
control the distortions?
Oh, was that our caster?
What would they even have to gain from that?
Again, we don't really know.
A greater amount of chaos? Go ahead,
Well,
Alivi.
I can think of one thing. To
What's
get
that?
to get attention.
Hmm.
To drag any particular rescue team to that location. If the goal was to create an ambush, that would be the way to do it. Get the attention of the target, lure them in, play dumb, strike.
Hmm.
In truth, I was thinking it was the same thing. It seemed too easy to just have a bunch of people in the middle of nowhere that didn't belong, kept pushing the same story, and the moment all of us were in the same area, ambush.
Well, those three seemed to be as scared of what happened as, well, we were. You saw how they panicked when the water shurikens went off, and then they just disappeared, teleported away.
Could have been
Would have been
acting.
an act.
Maybe. But
Same brain cell.
Was.
go on,
Real shit.
Patrick.
I don't know if it was an act. Actually, never mind. Out of character, I'll retract that because Padrock would have been knocked out. Would have been. Never mind.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm-
Patrick
I'm-
wouldn't have known that.
Well, Patrick
Unless
also
he-
had an intuition to see if there was something up, and yes, there was some strange things going on with the group there.
Go on,
Unless he
Patrick.
glimpsed something before he got knocked out. Yeah. What I was gonna say is, real shit time for that disaster since he used to knock out Apollo.
Look, I'm not my dad. That guy's got his disaster sense dialed up to 11. I'm lucky to hit 5.5 on a good day.
And you said it was refined.
Well, refined sometimes.
Do you really want it going off that often?
I mean, sometimes having it go off often is better than not at all.
Well, don't know about you, but getting addicted to Advil is not on my list of things to do.
What? What's Advil?
It's like I view. It's one of those things that Elizabeth gives out whenever you got a headache.
To explain, Alivi. You know the medicinal properties of a person berry, typically used for any headaches or mental ailments. What some people have done is mix that with a few other things here and there in order to make a smaller medication able to specifically target headaches.
Oh, are you talking about a similar mixture that Psydocs tend to use? I think it was, what berry was it that helps with headaches?
Raspberries. Yes.
Yes, that's the ones.
Thought maybe I just wasn't paying too much attention, but I thought Anak was prescribing something like an opioid for that, just because Psyduck headaches are a lot worse.
I don't even want to think about the kind of stuff they go through. But not intended.
Yes, but a natural medication does help quite a bit.
Well, in my timeline, there was someone who gave a bunch of Psyduck some medicine. She was quite knowledgeable.
Well, that would be very useful.
She's gotta be decades old by now. She was once. How would I even describe it? She was once a very talented human from a place called Sinnoh. But that's neither here nor there.
I see. So, on an unrelated note,
Mm-hmm.
Umbrio.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you're going to be on the couch?
Couch.
Are you staying here?
I plan to. Not really have
Yeah.
much else to do. At least not
Yeah.
at the moment.
I understand. Hence why I thought I thought you were going to stay on the couch.
I'm more curious about where you were staying before you met with us.
I was wondering. I sort of just stayed wherever I was.
Oh, Levi, look.
Other
Something
than
after
that,
your own heart.
indeed.
Just waiting on faster before continuing the scene.
Yep. Though it was fortunate that we encountered you, especially before we encountered that distortion. I know Glacey's strong, but that thing was insane.
Well,
If an EV like that actually existed, I'd hate to have them as an enemy.
I mean, it does exist, just not in our. Unless you crossed. I'm concerned now.
to be honest, that EV lived about 3 centuries ago, and she's not around anymore.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
She was, in fact, my niece.
your niece.
Yeah, he said that earlier. Good to know. Although,
Appropriate music timing is appropriate.
So, what Xerneas was, to further explain, she, like Glacialis and I, was laced with the energy that is creating this distortions, mystery dungeons. Chaos, as I'm pretty sure you've been told, is something that existed before the universe came around. Events happened a long time ago that caused chaos to become unstable and get into the distortion world, which is what's causing these mystery dungeons to appear. Distortions manifested in a mirrored appearance in the real world. What Xerneas was an Eevee who, because of her chaos lacing, was unable to evolve through normal means. And so she wound up going through different forms and reverting.
So, the unstable genetics that EVs are known for was far more advanced with her than...
was. However,
Hold on.
yes, Padrock?
You said the term real world?
Well, it's sort of a loose term. Going from the distortion world to our world, the real world, whatever you wish to call it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were calling another world real as opposed to the one we're currently in.
No. But from what I've heard, it seems that when Xerneas became her Sylveon form, it sort of conflicted with the chaos in her. For some reason, chaos can't seem to really emulate emulate's the wrong word, but affect a fairy type.
It directly conflicts with it.
Somehow fairy types seem to have a natural resistance to chaos.
So a natural confliction.
Possibly. It's entirely possible that because what chaos is currently laced with, at least what it was back in our time, the opposite of the death energy that it was life. Xerneas, who is, well, she's a fairy type. It's possible that because of that, fairy types just have that resistance to it. And because of that, it's entirely possible that that's why the distortion started breaking down when it tried to emulate that form.
My brain hurts already.
Believe me, when these things first started happening, mine did too. It was so much to take in.
Oh, would you look at that? That sounds like the sound of somebody needing some Advil.
Alicia was just sort of makes a little smile at that remark and shakes her head and thinks about it for a bit more before looking back at the team. So, after talking with Rain about what happened, I did notice that the 4 Greninja who attacked did not look right in the eyes. It's as if they are on something.
Of course.
Do we know what they could have been on for something? On for certain, or
Take a guess.
do we only have speculation?
I would
They
like to say.
can't have been ZRD. I would have been dead on the spot if I had taken a ZRD hit.
You,
ZRD hits.
Padrock,
Yeah?
you did hear what Xerneas said, right?
Zerny said I was about to die. Not that I actually died.
No, they said you were supposed to die.
Xerneas sensed a life about to be extinguished and sent Lysida to stop it.
Yeah, right. That. Good.
Arceus.
So, if those Greninja were indeed zealots, it's possible they were assassins sent to take you out.
But why him?
Target one at a time.
They had us all there.
They had you all there, but it was still 4 on... well, too many for them to take out at once. If they could take us out one at a time, that's a different story.
We still don't know if this was targeted at Padrock or just opportunism.
Indeed. And
Well-
Padrock said that he could feel something trying to edge into his mind, right?
Yes, multiple
It's
things.
very possible that because those water shurikens were so precise as they were, those four were using Mind Reader.
Wait, they
Oh,
can
God.
read. They could read minds.
Specifically, it's a technique my dad told me about that allows you to predict the movements of your target. And theoretically, it makes it so that your next move against them will always hit because you know what they're going to do before they do.
Indeed.
That is a
That's
disturbing
just-
thought.
That is concerning.
We still
Well-
don't have all the information on those Greninja, whether they were actually zealots or not, or what those 3 psychic types were doing.
It was
Well-
very clear that they had some cognitive purpose there.
Go on, Apollo.
Lacey, point of order. This is now strike 3 on being talked over.
Sorry.
We need to figure out who those psychic Pokemon were and figure out what it was they had in connection with all this. Were they spotting or whatever? As for those 4 Greninja, I want to know who their boss is. I want to see if I can get Team Nudon to give us some cover as we go in and wring from those people why it was they were going after members of my team.
Why do we want New Dawn to cover us? They could just go take him out.
See, there's a difference between setting yourself up to not fail or setting yourself up where success is the only possible outcome. Utter success. And if these people really are zealots, I like Reuven and Kua, and as much of New Dawn as possible, putting their foot forward. I really don't want any of these people being able to slip away just because we only had one team going after them.
Where
If-
would we begin to look?
We'll know more once we find that out.
If these really were zealots, and if Laurelin really is still dead, then who really knows what their leader could be now? Could be anything. Could be no one, really.
Well, if we can find at least one of them, we'd have to find some way to make them talk. I like to. I remember reading one of those books that Kua was reading out with me one night when my dad wasn't watching. My mom as well was also not watching. They like to say anyone can be killed. Well, anyone can talk. So if we find one of them, we'll find out who's above them.
Careful about that, Apollo.
They just tried to kill a friend of mine, alright? I think I
No.
can take that personally.
Oh, that makes all 5 of us. But what I mean is people like that. They typically have every reason to take what they know to their grave. They'll be
So-
fighting like their life depends on it, because it will.
Well, if they're willing to take it to the grave, then don't let them take it to the grave. Hold them just outside. And after that, it's just a matter of time. We don't have to torture them or anything like that.
What you're suggesting sounds a lot like torture without calling it torture. I'm going to be completely honest here.
Out of character, Artemis,
You're muffled.
very, very bold.
Let me disconnect and reconnect. Hold on.
Oh, that was clear.
Still muffled.
Uh, Not sure where the microphone on this thing is.
There it is.
There is.
Oh, well. I had to adjust my laptop facing, I guess. Must be directional mic.
Yep. Either way, you were saying?
I'm going to be completely honest. What you're saying sounds a lot like torture without calling it torture.
Well, we're not going to be, like, bending their arms till they dislocate or anything like that. But there's got to be some way to get them talking.
Well, it's definitely not ZRD, because they torture themselves in that manner.
No.
Seems a lot
As
easier
much as
said
I-
than done.
Just I hate to suggest the idea. Well, there's a way to, well, glance into their minds.
Given they're Greninja, and if they are the type that they are supposed to be, I'm not sure how possible that would be. Dark types tend to have a natural resistance to having their minds roamed.
That's true. I just thought if you could make them sleep.
What if it's
That's
not a
possible.
Greninja?
There's really no telling. Alright. We should probably take some rest and discuss this a little more tomorrow.
My thoughts exactly. Much as I want to find these people who tried to go after Padrock, we're not making any progress on that tonight. With that, Apollo just does a downward dog stretch. Alright.
Well, you guys take it easy. And Padrock,
Yeah, Glacy?
please don't do anything rash. And you
Fine.
know that if you try something silly, Limsilla will be there to put you back in bed.
What, you think I'm gonna go running off into the night?
If you did, someone would go squish.
Just take it easy, okay?
Look, I'm not dumb enough to go running, do something like running off into the night.
Good. Well, see you guys tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Good night, Glacy. Good night, Serenity.
Good night.
Good night, Umbrio.
Good night, you guys.
Okay. Umbriel, it was nice to meet you.
He gives a little smile and nods to him.
Levi just give a small bow to the trio before departing.
Oh, this is most certainly an interesting night.
Bedrock takes the stick from from his mouth. Or rather, the stick floats from his mouth to his hand, igniting as he grasps hold of it, holding
Having
up
fun?
as a personal torch.
Having fun?
Huh?
I guess so.
Oh, there you go.
Let's-
There's your light.
That's a cool effect.
Well, if you ever end up in a dark cave, I know who's leading.
Hey.
Yeah, Luby.
Yeah, I have dark vision.
I'm so glad the lights are working on Roll20 now.
Agreed.
An update must have fixed them.
Yeah.
Before, if you moved around too much, all the lights would go out.
Though Though the colors are still wonky on the night map for me for some reason.
Fair.
It's not terrible.
Well, I mean, you're yellow. Well, you were yellow for a
Caster.
second there.
Wait up.
Was I yellow? Weird.
Got any plans for tomorrow?
Nothing. Still trying to process it.
Well, wonder if Rain might give us a few days just to go off, explore somewhere on our own. No real like rescue objectives or anything like that. Just whether it's just the two of us or the whole team, just go out, explore someplace, go on an adventure of our own.
Given how quickly things have been moving recently, I doubt it. That would be nice.
Well, it's gonna be a while before anything comes together on that front. Just a thought.
Pose.
Apollo enters through the doorway and sort of gets into a pouncing position as he looks at the table. And then he
Apollo, what are you doing?
leaps up onto the table and then does a flip over the top of it and lands on his bed. Oomph.
Was that really necessary?
Nope. Felt good though.
Give it a 6.
Bedrock attempts to curl up into a ball before uncurling, looking over to Levi. Hey, Levi.
Huh?
How do you sleep bipedal?
You lie on your back.
Or your side. But back is easiest.
Yes, it's something I've gotten used to doing myself already.
Although, it depends on the person. Try using the mirror. Your body will adjust naturally.
He nods.
Meanwhile,
Laying
I
on
have...
his
Huh?
Should I go first?
Go ahead.
Bedrock will lay on his back, resting his head on the pillow. His head tilted towards Aluvi as he holds the mirror up. The others would see possibly a brief flash before the arm holding the mirror slumps into the covers, and Padrock is very asleep.
There he goes. Meantime, I have some writing to do. So turn this on, lean back, and just...
Is it bad that Luffy was looking right at Padrock as he did that and got caught by the same hypnosis?
That'd be a very funny note if you want to do that.
I can add it in. I'll add it in.
That's exactly what happened. It's just like, wait.
So, as the rest of the team is ready to go to sleep, and Levi is writing his journal.
So, let's see. Entry 15. I'm in pain, but I have some downtime to do some writing. I went to check on a few people in town today, and safe to say they're doing all right. People are starting to recognize my face, Team Eclipse's Pikachu, from some of the things we do. As much as I prefer to keep a low profile, I'm not gonna lie, we've done a lot. Fighting distortions, squaring off against a few zealots, being the ones to discover the what the hell is that? What does the hell does Luby call it? ERV or something? No, right. ZRD. Anyway, we were the ones to discover that it's a thing. We also gained a lot of recognition from other stronger teams and even made friends with one to a degree. I'd like to think that Apollo was the reason why we were able to even meet them, but I don't know. I feel like Apollo opened the door and we walked in without embarrassing ourselves. I got to meet someone I don't talk to much, Lucio's training partner and cousin, Fiemme. Someone else who I want a chance to spar with someday. They were messing around with this really cool bracelet on their wrist, able to make 3D pictures and communicate across dimensions. It's called what? Active Terminal for Human Emulation and Realism, or Aether or something. How the hell do I even get one of these things? It looks badass. Unfortunately, she said that even if when she got it, it's not something they just give out to anyone. I'm responsible enough to handle it, but who knows? If Reuven or Eden figure out the means to make such a cool device, I'm pretty sure they'll be all over it, and I'll be one of the first ones up to help build it, or heck, even test it. Either way, today we went to Midnight Force. Funny enough, Reuven, Legendary Explorer, he's from there. The same with the rest of the coalition of a family he has. I have to wonder if he's been there since the time when his home was invaded. A question for when we return, if he's in a good mood. Upsetting a Ninetales and a rescuer of that caliber, no less, isn't something that's normally survived. Either way, he came from Midnight Forest, and that's where the mission was. There are a mixture of Pokemon there. Hostile Pokemon that wanted us gone, and distortions that wanted us dead. I may have been too aggressive when one was arguing with Luvi, as they weren't being all that cooperative. Rather than let Padrock talk them down, I decided to initiate the fight. I don't know. Some days, I wake up and choose violence. This job has us traveling so often into dangerous locations, and I know Apollo and Padrock are the ones who prefer to talk before it gets physical. Me, if you walk like a threat, talk like a threat, stare me down like a threat, I'm more inclined to kick your ass before you become a threat. Simple problem requires simple solutions before it gets complicated. Speaking of complicated, we encountered a distortion that made it very clear how capable they were to wipe out entire civilizations. The niece of Umbrio named Xerneas. I made the mistake of underestimating her. I thought it was just an Eevee. I was more worried about the reinforcements coming behind us. She didn't need reinforcements. Arceus above, she did not need reinforcements. She can kick my ass hard enough to send me through time back to the ancestral houses, to say nothing of the others. We held out by being smart. I myself got hit enough times that she left a mark, but I came prepared to be injured. Maybe I should look into Alavi's tactic to maintain a level of recovery. I got a feeling I'm going to need it. Either way, Xerneas was capable of swapping between evolutionary forms, and whenever we were about to defeat her, she shifted over and over again. But eventually she shifted into a Sylveon, and the distortion got, well, distorted. How's that for irony? Either way, we finished her off from there. And another thing of note of complications, Padrock. I found something when we were going through the dungeon. Thought it was from a prior rescuer, but I don't know how to approach him with this. Or if I should. Maybe I can give it to the No. I don't want him to get in trouble. Some point or another, I need to figure out how to approach him on this, maybe. Either way, I'm sitting here writing notes. Surprised this coffee candy I had is, while it's still within my system, is not making me feel any more active than I did before I took it. I mean, sure, it was a pick-me-up, but now I'm somewhere between fine and tired. She took a lot of energy to fight. I'm still a little sore. But nothing compared to what I was a few days ago. I may still talk to the team about doing some training. We were doing a lot of guesswork fighting these distortions, and I realized with me being an electric type, I know my own weaknesses and strengths, so maybe have a small class. I can take the initiative in that. All in all, it's been alright. I'm gonna let Glacie chat with her past self for a while, and from there we'll head home, go visit Danik, and things will be fine. Why do I have the feeling that Ezra wrote that something's about to happen? What am I, an Absol? And to explain, to shift to the part where he actually wrote that night instead of earlier. So I was right. Something did go wrong. Someone went after Padrock. We were distracted by this Gardevoir, Meowstic, and Zatu when several water types appeared. I believe they're called Greninja. They just executed Padrock. I couldn't keep up with what was going on. I couldn't do anything about it. I feel useless. I didn't know what to do. Thankfully, Lista was there. Of all things to ensure he didn't die out there, he technically almost died, but he was saved. We met Xerneas, Legend of Life. We went to the legendary being of life to make sure Padrock didn't die. That's what saved him. That's the only thing that could have saved him. I just almost lost 2 team members in the span of a couple of days. I'm a little rattled, if I'm honest. Though I almost lost a team member, not through death, though. I knew that note was going to be a thing. I figured talk to Padrock later, one-on-one, and then he evolved. That was the catalyst. That's what I was scared of, because the moment he evolved, we were supposed to leave. I feel we forced him to stay, but he was wanting to leave because he was so interested in following destiny. The path that was set before him. The path that life chose for him. Destiny. The path of destiny. Destiny's what almost got me killed. Destiny's gonna get him killed. No way in hell am I letting him do that. To just be a seer, stay at one place, help people in Cassia for the rest of his days, and he was supposed to be like some dead asshole. Who the fuck's Charles anyway? I digress. We persuaded him. That's what matters. Tomorrow's gonna be interesting. Here's hoping we can chill out. Still need to figure out why Padrock's got a bounty on his head, and honestly, I'm surprised he didn't try to go for me or something. Padrock had his secrets, and then there are mine. And then there are my... Oh. Padrock used hypnosis on the mirror. Aluvi's kinda... they're gonna feel that in the morning. Well, they're both asleep. I'm alright later on. Bye. End of entry 15.
Well, that was an entry. But as we transition into the next morning,
I'm gonna go ahead and drink some water.
Yep. Right.
Wink.
If I may have a suggestion for how it feels for Aluvi to wake up.
Go ahead.
It'd probably be... I don't know if you've ever waken up from a night without dreaming. It would be like you wake up completely refreshed, but there's no sense of having had any dreams. Just, and don't even quite remember falling asleep.
Just,
We're still on the title card screen.
You might want to refresh.
Yeah, refresh.
Okay.
So you say that he woke from a dreamless night, so he's just like, uh, what was that?
Hmm? It, you okay? What? Bad dreams, Olivia?
No, no dreams at all.
I did you?
All I saw was a
Oh,
flash and I was out.
Tadrock looks at his hand. That wasn't a dream. I. Hmm.
Did you do the hypnosis thing into your mirror as I was looking? Oh,
It's probably shocking the first time it happens, but honestly, I've found it often to be a good night's sleep.
well, don't get me wrong, I feel refreshed and all, but that was a bit of a startle.
Tadrock hops from the bed, landing on two legs as he's probably been practicing for the last few days.
Oh, so out of character. Hi, Ari.
Hi, Ari.
High plan.
Out of character, I would actually like to point out something that's a little silly. He has 71, 71, 71 all across his stats here.
Who?
71 EXP, 71 HP out of 71.
Nice.
I just found that a little silly.
I'm gonna just go over here and actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go check in with Lintila and see what Rain says about us having the day off. I'm sure you wouldn't mind. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, so while you're doing that, I have to get used to the fact that you're much taller than I am all of a sudden.
I
Bad
don't
rock.
see. Oh, okay. Levi looked right, didn't see anyone. Looked left, didn't see anyone. Okay, I don't see Lintila. Let me just go look right again, and there she is. Oh God, hi.
Hello there, Levi.
Hi. Is Rain available?
He should be in his office.
Okay. I wanted to see if we can get the day off, so I was gonna ask him.
Since Glacialis talked to Rain last night and gave him the rundown of what happened, we've already figured that you should take the day off anyways, recover from what happened.
Oh. So we have the day off.
Despite your encounter with Xerneas, I don't think that's going to heal everything. Particularly not the fatigue.
I mean, yeah, I can go catch a few more hours of sleep, but I have other ideas in mind. Thank you.
Of course.
Um, hey, guys, y'all heard that, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
What was that ever heard?
Morning, Caster. We have the day off.
He
Oh,
just
goodness.
Shit.
kind of smirks at Caster.
Wait, where are you going?
Going
What
back
were
to
you?
bed.
Oh,
Fish is gonna go. The fish is gonna go try and curl up under the covers again.
Well, in
I'll check
theory,
back in on him later.
Fair. To explain though, I wanted to know if you guys would mind accompanying me to the library for a bit, and/or I can get a few things from the library and bring it here. I wanted to do a bit of a class or training or studying, so to speak.
of what?
Given what we went through yesterday with that, no disrespect to Umbrio, but that freaking nature distortion. Um, I realized we were doing a lot of guesswork, and I wanted to try and, study a bit, help us be ready for what comes next.
All right. I think it was probably going to be a little more productive in the library and As much as Louis doesn't like noise in the library, I think he'll be forced to understand. And who knows? We might get Kua and Reuven joining us for that.
We'll have to find out. I have to look at that mention of library.
Use the word library from down the hall. Like, wait, did someone say books?
But no,
I heard books.
Xerneas sniffs at Caster.
Now listen here, you little shit.
Bedrock will turn to Levi. He's trying to talk me into staying the team, and the first activity you want to suggest is studying? And he's saying that with a smirk.
Look, I want to talk to you back in the same team, and the first activity I want to do is making sure we don't get screwed over like that again.
I'm joking.
You're fine.
All right.
Hey guys.
Huh?
Before you go, something to give you.
Oh, right.
She sort of reaches into her pouch and pulls out some poke and splits it 650 between everyone. To everyone.
Extra 650 poke. Nice. Thank
Look,
you.
Mom, I got a raise.
Damn, ain't that the truth?
Speaking of raise, I need to math real quick. Open calculator.
Same.
You had to choose 650. It couldn't have been 750, so I could have been like a 2K flat.
80,
36. Okay, did the math.
You're sitting on a lot of money there, Allie.
Am I?
Come with me. There are better ways you can use your money than just having it sit in your pocket.
Oh, I know. I've done it once before. There's something in mind I've been saving this for, is all.
Anything in particular?
Well, emergencies. Such as reviver seeds, perhaps. They are quite expensive.
Well, yes, reviver seeds are expensive, though we can get reviver seeds a lot sooner and a lot more regularly if we're actually putting that money into the bank.
Yes,
I know I go on harping to this to no end, and you're probably going to be sick of it before this year is out.
I have a priority move.
Compounding interest. Whatever you think of it, it's more spectacular than that.
It's only out of character. It's really only mods.
That already?
Sorry, what?
What was that?
Oh, I was just saying that compound interest is really only good on already large amounts of money.
Yeah, and putting all the money in, like, all the time, it just kind of defeats the value of having some cash on hand, no matter what. Speaking of cash on hand, what the heck is a heel ribbon?
While you guys are doing that, I'll be at the library. Gotta go find the book.
Well,
So is this icon the one I think it is?
It very well might be.
Well, in that case, Padrock's going to immediately rush up and wrap his arms around the cat's neck.
The Persian sitting at the table just suddenly like looks over at a Padrock with a few blinks and is like,
Dad!
Wait, Dad?
Oh,
What are you doing in here?
hello there, Padrock. Looks like you've grown a bit.
Yeah, I've got my hands.
It seems you did. So, tell me, how have you been?
I don't know if I want to answer that question. It's been a bit rough the last couple of days, I'll be honest.
Well, after I was given word that you had evolved, thanks to your little, what's the species? Little bird. Your chatot delivery person, I decided to take a small trip to Senecal and take the teleporter here to deliver you something.
You didn't.
And
That
Padrock can see in the bag that's saddled on his back a tall, sort of wooden staff-looking thing with a glowing green stone encrusted in it.
He'll slowly pull out the staff that's a bit longer than his own body, even. This... I thought we'd just be keeping this on display. Are you sure it's okay for me to be using Grandma's staff?
It was meant to be given to you.
He'll lean in and give his father a tight hug.
He gives a little toothy grin and just brushes his nose into Padrock's shoulder. You take that, and you do good with it. Understand?
I understand, Dad.
I'll character real quick, and image is taking forever to upload.
It's got through on my end.
No, I'm uploading it to a character sheet. There we go.
Okay.
Because we have art to show. And Padrock's real character token.
Oh, that's nice.
Indeed.
The staff is slightly curved and it kind of triggers me. There's just like the slight whoop. I'm just like.
So what you're saying is that it's a ladle? It's a long spoon?
I don't know about that.
Giant spoon.
I'll let them have their moment. They seem okay for now. I was worried things are going to go a different direction.
Linsilla gives a passing glance to the Persian, gives a nod to him. It's like, hello there, Hafu. Looks like you got the letter. And he looks over at her and gives a nod and looks back at Padrock. Like, it's good to see my son again.
Dad? Oh, wait. Yeah, know where he's at. I'm to the team, but I'm sorry. Guess I'm just feeling a bit flustered at this point.
Well, I'll be in town for about an hour, but I should be returning home pretty soon.
I got some stuff to do with the other members of Team Eclipse.
Well, as always, take it slow. Make sure you have everything you need. I know your mother may want you to become the seer as soon as possible, but Seriously. Don't push yourself.
Well, I'll keep that in mind.
You do so.
With that, he'll give his dad a small nuzzle before stepping away to go peek at the stores.
Meanwhile,
Character,
Master, you.
did you get the deposit that Apollo made at the bank?
you put in.
I put it in the chat.
It was 1,000.
You put in 1,000.
Yep.
Right. That in. And meanwhile, over at the library.
Not the TM shop?
Oh, we'll get there in a actually.
Go ahead and take a team shop.
Yeah. Alright. TM shop. Hello, Arabi. What can I do for you?
Well, just wondering what we had on inventory today.
These are them.
Well, there's one I recognize, Home Claws. Though, what's this purple one? Looks like something...
That would be Vena Shock.
Venoshock? Sounds like a poison type move. What does it do?
It gets a lot stronger if the target has a status condition already on them.
You think it would work with Caster?
Perhaps.
Well, he's not quite used to his new, body yet, so I don't want to buy this in advance and then have him be upset that I bought it without him telling him, so I'll just bring it up to him and see if it interests him.
But my grandson make his own decisions sometimes, okay?
Yeah, that's what I was intending.
Is there anything you would like?
You wouldn't happen to have... Oh, what is it? Thinking off the top of my head here. Do you have Protect, perhaps, somewhere in there? Or even Rock Slide, perhaps?
Let me see. One moment.
Excuse me.
After a moment, she comes back out. So, I do have Protect, but unfortunately I don't have Rock Slide.
Okay, I kind of feel like this has become a bit of a necessity lately, as I've been jumping ahead into attacks, but only been able to use my own body to absorb it. I feel like it's time to start learning something that can protect myself in the process.
That does make sense. So, Protect will be 1,500.
1,500. Shoot, I'm waiting. I've been just holding on to this in case of emergencies. I'm not entirely sure if it's really time to do this. Then again, Apollo has been practically stuffing that bank full of money. Like, do you know how much he's been stuffing it? Good grief.
Probably about as much as Team Newton's been.
I almost feel like it may be a little bit overkill.
Well, when you get to about 1 million Poké, then you can consider it overkill. I keep telling Team Newton that they should really use that on something, but they insisting on continuing to let it grow over 33 years.
Why?
Trickle down economics.
Well, you know what? I think I'll try it. It can't hurt, considering that there's so much bank that we already have. And you never know, it may come in handy, have it as an emergency option. And again, I did say this money's for an emergency, so I imagine...
By the way, out of character, that is correct. You wouldn't be able to use Protect after you use an Intercept.
No, you would not. Okay, that's interesting.
They're both interrupts.
Yeah. Well, let me look at what my move list here. I would eventually learn that particular move, but yeah, only have 2 moves that I'd be willing to get rid of currently. But then it'd be a very long time before I even get it. You know what? Let's just not do that then. Because if I can't use it offensively like I was intending, then it wouldn't really work as what I was going to use it for. You know what, Emmy? I'm not going to do that just yet.
Very well then. He puts the disc under the table and gives a nod to him.
Anyway, I gotta go check in on the library. They might be waiting for me.
You take care then.
I'll say hi for Caster for you.
Make it here. Meanwhile, over at the library where everyone is gathered.
Levi is walking through the rungs, just like checking each book before stopping at one. Like, okay, I see it. Matter getting it. Let's see.
You want help with that?
Huh? Who's asking? Padrock or
Padrock, since he's like right next to.
Yeah, right up there at the top. It's the green-looking one. It's a bit small, but
Padrock reaches up, focusing on the book, and the book kind of jerks out of the shelf before stopping, and quite a bit more slowly floating into his hand. Sorry, I'm still getting a hang of these.
Oh, that's fine. That's kind of awesome.
And it floats down into Levi's hands as the book he was holding up, that he was checking out, gently floats back up to the shelf where Padrock had gotten it from.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, is this what I'm looking for? It's, one more should probably do. You know, this will do. Okay.
See a ninja, even though it's about 10 minutes late.
We should meet up get to a table. This will do for now, but I could probably find a better book. Maybe that bigger one next to it. No, that's the history of it. No, that's a bad idea. That's a history book. That's not really gonna help me.
I think that might be a little too heavy for me at the moment.
We can ask one of the librarians.
Kua turns.
He just like pauses a moment, just looks at Kua, like, "Oh, I didn't really see her." Right, no, you bad, no, you friend. Kua, would you mind helping me out? I'm trying to get one of the books up here. This big red one.
Kua grins, walks over, picks up Levi, and with a quite a big grin on his face, holds Levi up to the top shelf so that he can look over the books.
Okay. This is a...
Yeah.
All right. Wait, what'd you say, Caster?
I was smoothing the Lion King thing.
Like, okay. Yeah, this will do. He just reaches up and just takes the book in question. Like, okay, I got it. I think.
Mhm.
Oh god, it's really high.
Gently set Levi down. Man, it's been a while since I've gotten to do that.
Thank you. Okay, I think these two will be enough to do this.
Oh, wow. I got scared for a moment there. I thought I disconnected.
Come back.
Oh,
You're here. By the way, before I forget, if people want to look at the stream,
are you talking about players too, or just viewers?
yeah. Well, anyone who wants to see it, we have a new icon.
Okay, what the heck? Am I losing connection?
I hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
You can hear us.
Hello? Yep.
Now they can hear us.
Good. Okay.
Could hear what? Huh?
Electro is having communication issues.
Why? Why do you do this? Oh. Okay, it's back. Oh.
Can you hear us?
I hear
We
you
can
now.
hear you.
That was weird.
Anyways.
I did forget to mention, just so it does get mentioned, the icon art for this was done by Scott.
Yeah, I figured it was.
The art style in the background kind of gives it away.
Can't believe Pedrock is a basic bitch who only has a green rupee on his stick. At least get this man a blue or a red rupee.
I don't quite get the reference, but
Rupee.
Probably.
It's Zelda.
It's
Zelda.
Zelda. Yeah, the rupee.
I
oh,
wouldn't get that.
Or better yet, a white rupee.
Look, at least it's not a rapport.
That'd be unfortunate.
Yes, those exist, and it's awful.
Oh, yeah, they're terrible. Also, Reuven's going to set Apollo in the chair. Gently. He can do the same to the other two, if wanted.
No, I'm very much fine. I can get up on my own. There we go.
Like half up on the chair and doing little doggy kicky legs.
It's like I didn't want to jump off of it. It's tight spacing, okay?
Well, you made it up there. That's what matters. You caster?
I'm still passing out the books.
Oh. Very well.
You get a book, and you get a book, and you get a book, and you get a book.
Oh god, he has the learner editions. We about to learn something, folks.
I'm gonna learn ya.
Good to see you so excited, Caster.
Out of character, as a reminder, we should all be applying the Breakson reaction for a Breakson on creations.
To be fair, the curse that I said was for Caster to smile once in a while. I didn't realize the curse worked.
I mean, you got him interested in his favorite subject. Books.
Either way, I'm gonna have Reuben just at the side of the table, just watching on.
Yeah, so just gonna go about just like, oh, I'm gonna steal the table because it's hard to maneuver around with all the icons.
No worries.
There's a lot of people in the library.
Yeah. Okay, and he's gonna flip through the book for. He's gonna flip through the pages for Aluvi, and here is Rescue History. Apollo, he's gonna go over to Apollo and flip through and find icon, please. There we go. He's gonna flip through and find the Sword and Shield Poppers mist, and back over here. What Pokemon would you? Which ones are interested? Let me think. He's gonna like go through and find the references for Cresselia and Darkrai, and then over here for Levi. Levi gets a picture book.
Damn.
You know, I find it funny that he gave Levi the picture book when it's the hermit who may not even know how to read.
He's just insulting him.
That actually reminds me. Let me just do a thing here to see if he actually knows how to read.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Hold on, one sec.
Oh dear! I did not expect to roll that low. See, we have the same roll for general ed, and you managed to double mine.
Look, RNG has been a bitch today. Variance exists.
I mean, but it makes perfect sense that Aluvi is the one that doesn't know how to read. Maybe basically.
Catch is gonna glance between Aluvi and Levi and just like, damn it. Slowly switches the books.
Like, you just see like visible confusion and concern on his face. He's just like, And then it's Aluvi. He's accidentally reading the book upside down. and then that said book gets pushed out of the way and flipped out with the picture book, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
This makes sense.
He can count to. I've never seen it.
Aluvi can count to potato.
Hey, at least he knows his numerics. He doesn't know his text, however.
Oh Lord.
1, 4, 7, 3.
I had a plan. This kind of threw a monkey wrench in it, and I'm laughing too hard to actually execute the plan. God damn it. Okay. So, yes, right. That's the plan. Good. Good. I'll wait till Caster sits.
Oh, right. Oh, these are not centered. There we go.
Unfortunately. There
Yeah.
you go. Okay, so...
It's just how the map turns out.
Yeah, it can't do much about it. So, simply put, I'm still thinking about what happened out in the field in regards to that distortion. Specifically, the one that ended up jumping between several different types. I know we don't exactly have Lucas here, but we do have someone who's just... Well, not just as well-read, but quite well-read. So maybe we can bounce a few ideas as to figure out, be it with research or from our own personal understanding, what exactly we can do against different types of Pokemon that we encounter, especially distortion, because not only do we need to know what Pokemon are weak to, but we need to know what they're resistant to figure out what they're weak to.
I know I had that problem with that Flareon. I did not realize that, well, I may have done a little bit of a dumb. I thought the one in reverse would have worked better, but no, it ended up not being that case. I threw a rock and it did barely anything.
I mean, I already have tried to use Thundershock on a water-type distortion, so don't feel too bad. But that's also oh, good.
Flashback to that one damage rock throw.
Basically. That is why we're trying to do the research to actually understand it. He takes a side glance to Caster, seeing that he is deep into the book. But doesn't really want to bother Caster too much if he can help it. So long as they're listening. So, given we're all on varying levels of understanding of different Pokemon that we encounter, let's start with the basics, shall we? I do know for a fact that... Let's actually put a Pokemon in front of us. Since you said it, Aluvi, a Flareon. Simple, easy to discuss. Padrock, you would probably have the best idea of how to go about this, because Flareons, according to the book, are fire types, not anything else. But you're a fire type too. So I have to ask, what are you genuinely not worried about? Usually. Like, what are you resistant to?
Bugs, metal, fire, grass, cold, and that sparkly attack that was thrown at me in the first thing.
You mean that?
I guess that was fairy.
Sparkly, it's... You mean like a fairy wind or something?
That's the one.
May as well.
Out of character, did the finger snap come through on?
Kinda.
Kinda.
Yeah, we
I heard it.
Excellent.
He can actually snap his fingers now.
Us breaks and have thumb.
Well, you don't.
I gotta leave it.
They have magic. That's all you need to know.
This one does. But
Oh no, he knows Mage Hand.
uh-oh.
Mage hand.
Yamada! Anyway.
Actually, if you look really closely at that image, he does have a thumb.
Just
Or
slightly.
maybe not.
But, getting back on topic. Good. So, we know what someone like Patrick will be resistant to, which means if we keep this kind of stuff in mind, it'll help us out next time we encounter a fire type distortion. We should be able to strike them down. That said, actually I have the book right here. He just takes one to look through the book, seeing it's mostly text, set it aside, pick up a different book that he picked up earlier, open it up, and just start flipping through it. Perfect. He just puts down a picture of it, and just starts flipping through it. So, as you can see from this is what I use myself, but it's just a small little visual trick. Majority of fire types typically have a general color of understanding. Maybe a cream color, some red, some white. He pauses like, actually, good idea. Take a moment to look at Padrock and look over to Reuven. Reuven, whose ears just perks up and looks over, and he just looks over in confusion. Like, huh?
Levi, my brother, and Arceus, all distortions are green.
Not. Well, yes, but in this case, we encounter a normal fire type. That
okay, fair. Carry on.
Cool has picked up.
Literally, we were just talking about a distortion, Flareon, and then suddenly that comes up. Yes.
Ninetales Obby.
Ninetales Obby. Reuven is caught off guard, but is generally okay with this. Like, okay, I have a piece now. But no, look between Padrock and Reuven. You can kind of see a couple of physiological similarities, right?
No, Gracie, no! Don't throw the baby.
Think so?
Make the
Don't
baby.
Uncle fell.
But still waiting for the yes or no to the question.
Were you asking to who?
Everybody, the players.
About?
Like, do they see a similarity between the physiology between Padrock and Reuven?
More or less. I mean, yeah.
Yes, it's a stretch. It's also why sometimes you can easily be wrong, especially if they're shiny. That makes everything very confusing. No offense to you, Louis. Nice.
He just kind of... Louis just kind of just tilts his head and shrugs a bit, continuing to work.
Either way, he would set down the he would change the picture over and go back to the next one. Let's do something that we all have a decent idea and understanding, at least I hope. He puts down a picture of an Eevee. Caster.
Hello.
Could you please tell people what you're generally not afraid of when it comes to attacks?
Saying, how to character. Ghost ain't shit. Really, it was only ghost types. Most everything else, he just kind of.
Right. Mostly ghost types, and I think I remember what you're actually worried about in regards to actual damage, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, if I remember, normal types don't really have very many resistances, but neither do they have very many strengths. They're kind of in the middle.
Yeah, hence the naming convention, I suppose. Though that does bring us to the next thing, and I guess I can jump to this. Given Caster recently became a poison type, which is not the most useful, not the most normal thing. Let me, he just takes the book and starts flipping through it rapidly, trying to find a good example of a poison type that makes sense.
Points to Muck.
I'd rather not. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not.
How about Weezing?
Look, it's either Muck or Salazzle. It's one or the other. The two extremes.
We could do Weezing.
Neither, you heathens. He opens the book and puts down it and shows off a Nidorino. This is the poison type.
That's a big Pokemon.
So, Nidorinos, they're not the biggest, but they are still very much incredibly poisonous. Normally, if we see one in the field that is dangerous, it's going to be weak to ground types, God forbid, and psychic types.
So far as I know, 3 of us are weak to ground.
Yep. Well, actually, reading this, 4 of us.
Oh no. Apollo, you're the only help. You're the only hope.
No, well, yeah, you are. You're the only one that's not weak to... Oh god.
Something tells me I should have found a ground type magic water.
Raw flashbacks to Sandslash.
Well, I mean, there was that one like absolutely ridiculous thing that I watched Sapphire do to show me that even she could avoid an earthquake. And
not this again.
You guys are gonna think I'm off my dang rocker here when I say this. I watched Sapphire deadass strap a balloon to herself and float above the ground just in time to avoid the earthquake.
I'm sorry, were you asleep?
I was not asleep. I was very much awake. And I was just like, Sapphire, what the hell? Well, she was in the middle of a battle, obviously, and the next attack caused the balloon to pop, and she wasn't going to pull that trick again.
Bullshit.
Okay, I will ask the Kecleon brothers about this sometime and see if they can get a hold of this. But this was legit an item she took into a battle and actually managed to avoid an earthquake attack with it. It was the funniest shit ever.
I gotta see to believe that. Nah, hell nah.
Cool hops. I still can't believe that works.
I mean, if a haunter can levitate, if you simulate that with a balloon, I don't imagine you'd be able to do that with a much larger Pokemon, like a Tyranitar, for example.
Yes, but a bloody balloon!
I mean, frankly, they shouldn't need one.
Ah, for Pete's sake. I will have to see that for myself. Anyway.
And the balloon itself has to actually be like loaded with a specific gas in order for it to work that way. What was the name of that stuff?
If you say helium, I'm gonna puff your fur out.
Helium.
You're testing me.
Yes, indeed.
He just points. He points to Eluvi, and you just see a spark come off his finger.
I mean, you said you would do it to him, not me.
Damn it, Glacy, you beat me.
They shouldn't need a balloon.
I mean, I think, surprisingly enough, Levi would believe that before he believes a balloon.
But remember, you said you would do it to Apollo, not Aluvi. He's calling you out on your logic.
You win this round, Rocky.
He just sticks a tongue out.
Anyway, let's move on to something else.
When she was, and then she did something else where she inhaled a bit of the air from the balloon. And let me see if I can do a proper imitation of this.
Hey,
speak like this?
Oh God!
Ow, that hurt. But you guys all get the point.
Yeah, I get the point. I wasn't prepared for that.
Where's your
Hey.
prepared with this?
Nice.
That wasn't even with the helium.
Ow.
Wrong character, but it still works.
Sound like the fucking bad guy at the end of fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Exactly.
I'll Caster, here, take the book. Can we go over Vaporeon or Vaporeons? I need a moment to take some notes. And out of character, I need to be right back.
Cass is gonna slowly turn the pages to Vaporeon because he needs to mentally recover from the psychic damage he has taken.
So we have Vincilla, right? And
Here, Apollo, have some water for that throat of yours.
Thank you.
Chris is making us hydrate.
oh, there's Vincilla in now as well as Castor, though different typing. Still a Vaporeon.
Lucia just kind of stares at Alavi. Lincilla is not a Vaporeon. I think you mean Lysita.
I'm sorry, I got the names mixed up.
He just kind of makes a little smirk at him.
I got them names mixed up, okay? You'd think that me talking with them on day-to-day basis, I would remember that. I guess my brain was on autopilot.
So what's Casper doing?
Did we make it back?
Oh, thanks for Nigel.
He was slowly but surely turning to the NG for Vaporeon as requested.
Lucia just kind of gives a little glance at Castor and is like, I think my aunt has a thing for you. Which is funny because she tends to prefer females.
Oh, Castor, that reminds me. I didn't get to say it at first, but Emmy says hi.
Caster, still running on autopilot. Hi, Emmy. Brain still in reboot mode.
Gotta get those SSDs. You reboot a lot faster.
There was also the interesting TM there that you might be interested in.
Oh, Grand got new stock in?
What do you know of Venoshock?
That works better when the enemy is poisoned, right?
Yes,
I think
that's
so.
That's what Emmy said, yes.
That might fit me well, considering he just kind of glances down at himself, at his purpleness.
Well, I do have a certain amount saved up and figured you might have a use for it, so I thought I'd ask you if you wanted that.
As tempting as it is, I think I'll pass for now. I'm still I'm still not sure of my own abilities just yet, so I'd rather not bank on. I'd rather not. How to phrase it?
We get too rushed into things.
Yeah, not put all my eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Understandable.
I do appreciate the offer.
I just thought you should know about it is all. Who knows when it will come back. Though you could probably ask Emmy if she still has it in stocks at some point. She did have Protect under the desk at some point, but sadly no Rock Slide.
Blah.
Also, out of character, Venoshock is a scene times 2 6/1 target move that goes from damage base 7 to 13 if poisoned.
Yikes. Yeah, I was trying to
Damage-
look it up and I couldn't find it.
Damage base 7 is nothing. Use it.
7 to 13.
Yeah,
if they're
effectively
all-
doubles.
Yeah, it becomes basically magnitude 13, but in
It
just a
becomes
single
fuck
target.
you.
And a scene times 2 at that. Means you can put the hurt on somebody.
Couple somebodies.
Too bad it won't work as well on distortions. Because they can't be poisoned. If you ever come across somebody with ZRD, it's definitely bound to do something.
Hmm.
I'm back.
Hi back.
So I have a character. What I miss, aside from Caster breaking for a moment.
Lucio just told Caster that his aunt might have a thing for him.
His aunt. Wait, what?
That was Casper's reaction. Yeah.
Nut. And I tried to take his mind off of it by saying, yeah, Emmy said hi, and there was also a TM there you might be interested in, yada yada.
His aunt may have a.
And then he's like, despite the fact that she's usually into other females.
Castor hasn't mentally recovered enough to ask about his family tree.
Emergency reboot.
I see.
Castor has experienced what we call a mental blue screen.
While Caster's recovering, I'm gonna just keep going. So he turns to the book and just shows off a We'll skip that for a moment. Actually, wait. Out of character, showing a Jolteon fine or no?
I mean, show whatever you want in the book.
Saying it because of Caster.
Well, Caster did flip to the Vaporeon.
Yeah, I mean, we also brought up Emmy as well, so it's like...
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, puts on the Jolteon. So this is another thing that we fought over there earlier. This time, however, I guess it's my turn, because actually, well, points to himself, I understand what I'm weak to and what I'm strong against. And what I'm usually not worried about are flying types, steel types, and, well, other electric types. Hence, when we were fighting Xerneas, when I brought that up, you immediately swapped tactics to use flash cannon, I think. Or was it steel cannon? What's it called again?
Flash cannon.
Flash cannon.
Okay, I had it right the first time. You swapped to use that, and that, as you noticed, did quite a bit of damage. However, as you can immediately guess, the one thing I'm actually worried about is ground types. I'm still glad I got up and knocked the crap out of that guy, but
You gave him
anyway.
a good old chop in the neck.
It wasn't a chop, it was a punch. Because I think it was a punch. Pretty sure it's a punch. Anyway, he just swaps to the next page.
Oh, in your Machamp spirit.
It's a fighting type move. I punch. Anyway, he puts down the next image. It is a... Where's the button? There's the button. Espeon. So who wants to take a crack at figuring out what this kind of Pokemon is resistant to? And or weak to?
That one's a... Wait, does it say on the page what type it is?
It is a Espeon.
Like, out of but I'm asking out of character, does it say on the page what type Espeon is?
Would
That
be.
is, yes, it should.
You're basically looking through a Bulbapedia.
Oh, okay, so Pat, so it would, okay, so you would make the mistake of training of their own type. Let me think. You're asking what it resists?
You've used
Well, we can...
You've used psychic type moves before.
Yes, the goal is what it resists, but if you want to say what it's weak to instead, that also works.
Well, I guess since Psychic is in my family, you don't punch a Psychic, you don't Psychic a Psychic.
Levi, just take a moment to check one of the other pages on notes for Espeon before nodding. Yeah. Good choices.
I forget what hits hard, though. My mom doesn't normally do fighting, so I just know for my dad what not do on a Psychic.
If I remember correctly...
Stares at Apollo.
If I remember correctly, when Apollo hit them with a Dark-type move, it seemed to be rather effective.
Oh yeah, Dark. Dark, it's Psychic pretty hard.
After all, as we discussed...
Is it?
Go ahead, straight.
Music.
There we go.
But as mentioned as well, despite, Dark type being able to hit a Psychic pretty hard, when a Psychic type tries to peer into someone's mind, trying to do it to a Dark type Pokemon is typically a lot more difficult. That also plays a factor. You also have Ghost types, I believe. Checks the book. Yeah, Ghost types. Ghost types are strong against Psychics as well.
Oh.
What I find interesting in this is that Ghost type is effective against itself.
Just like dragons. No offense to you, Kuda.
Like that. No, it's what I grew up with. It just feels normal. I mean, makes sense for Ghost to hit Ghost. They're both spirit.
This is true. Levi said for just looking up and noticing Lucas into the library. But choosing to leave them alone for now, since they're focused on something else entirely. Anywho, Psychics are also fairly weak to Bug types. I don't understand it, but that's what the book says.
You're joking.
I mean, have you seen what happens to somebody's psyche when a bug type move is used against them? It makes them squeamish.
Out of character, it's common phobias. So bugs and spoopy ghosts
Emotional
is the logic.
damage.
That makes sense, Artie. Let's see. Let's move on to something that, well, Padrock's answered, Caster's answered. Hey, Apollo, your turn. He puts down a book for an Umbreon.
Yep. I definitely remember my parents introducing me to a few of these people back when I was growing up. So, I'm racking my brains here. I was more interested in playing with your kids and Caster. I wasn't actually learning about Umbreon, so excuse me if I fudge a few details. Umbreon obviously are they're one of two types of Pokemon that, well, among the evolution line, that they evolve based on the bonds that they share with others around them. But the catch is that the evolution has to take place when the sun isn't in the sky. Now, pay close attention to these little things right here. These particular rings, they glow. But insofar as identifying dark types in general, which I think really is our topic at hand here, generally speaking, dark type Pokemon, myself included, do have a darker complexion. My dad being the one of the obvious exceptions due to his coloration being different, and not for the reasons that he might be famous for. Caster, I'm looking at you on that one. We both know you were laughing the first time you saw that.
Wait, are you? Yeah, you're talking about that, are you?
Come to think of it, isn't the Nickit outside that Levi's been avoiding also a dark type?
That is correct.
But to cut to the chase, Apollo, what is a dark type's weaknesses and resistances? Like, what do you look at when someone tries to hurt you?
So,
I mean, well, that, and what do you just ignore?
we can straight up ignore psychic types for the most part. And Allura, I mean, just as one example, Allura is a type change Lucario who is both fighting and psychic type instead of fighting and steel type. There are certain things that she does to a lot of other people that she interacts with, but she can't do to me because dark types are naturally resistant to foreign entry into their mind. It's not impossible, but it is so hard that it may as well, it's just not practical in combat. Let's see, out of character, I'm looking over type charts.
No shame in that.
We do have one for a reason here.
Yep.
Also, that is a good thing to know, and I have put it on Alora's character sheet.
Come to think of it, in the case of dark types, isn't it really also really hard to prank them?
Well, I mean, we're kind of in our element when it comes to mischief, so yeah, it is kind of tough to get one over on us.
Ruben.
So, again, back to my point. Because we are naturally more inclined to the dark, mischievous side of life, ghost types find it kind of hard to mess with us. So, generally speaking, they don't. Every once in a while, they forget that they're not supposed to, and they try to screw with us, and we get the better of them in combat. Also, we're not exactly good at fighting amongst ourselves. So, you ever see a dark type coming after me? Don't think too hard about it. Unfortunately, there are several ways to come after dark types. Namely, fairy types. I'm not sure how many of those old children's stories that your parents might read to you before bedtime. There are oftentimes instances where fairy-type Pokemon would end up coming after dark-type Pokemon. There is a bit of truth behind that urban myth, because it is anything but a myth. Fairy types have a habit of kicking our asses. Hard. So please, if Sapphire ever gets really mad at me and starts coming after me, send for fucking help.
I'd be more worried about you getting hit with the hyper voice of a Sylveon.
Hyper
I mean,
beams are
No,
just
well,
specific.
actually,
Sapphire's
you-
scarier.
You bring up a very good point, Alavi. So, Sylveon is a fairy type, but Hyper Voice is a normal type move. But it still poses a pretty significant threat, and we'll want to try and take a guess at why that might be the case.
Because, like Seth, actually, Caster, you go ahead.
Sylveon has Pixelate, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Ugh.
Pixelate is a capability that certain fairy type Pokemon have that will change normal type moves into fairy type moves. So a move like Hyper Voice would fucking make me lose a few teeth. So,
That's embarrassing.
yeah. And it also sucks because I like my teeth where they are.
Or Swift becoming a fairy type Swift and hard countering Artie
Yes.
because he is a dodge tank.
Love Swift.
Anywho, next on things that on the list of things that don't mix well with dark type moves, bugs. I fucking hate bugs.
Here.
Lucio just shakes his head and he's like, my dad hates bugs too, being an Umbreon.
Yeah, bugs suck.
Here,
Having to
here
fight
again.
them absolutely swallows. So really, if you see bugs coming after me, get the fucking bug spray, please.
Or just call it Padrock.
Get the
Well, I
flamethrower.
don't
that
think-
too.
I don't think bug spray would work on a certain Ninetales.
Reuben just quietly, please don't spray Corvus. He will hurt you.
Yeah, I'm not interested in being tossed onto a web and left there to think about anything. I do plenty of thinking on my own, and I don't need his help. Last but not least, fighting. I know we get into lots of battles, but there is something about being a trained martial artist and being good at pounding on dark type Pokemon. Granted, some of us bring it on ourselves. I, for one, try not to. So please, if you see a sock coming after me, brandishing his knuckles, I would ask that any of you who are psychically inclined, Padrock, you especially, use your freaking head against them and make them think twice.
See, Apollo,
Wait.
I'm gonna,
Last but not least, but you forgot rock types. I haven't even mentioned it.
No.
That's the other thing about fighting types. They're good against rock too.
No. I meant, like, the overall discussion of rock types. We haven't gone over that.
we haven't reached you yet. I didn't say last being Apollo.
Well, Apollo said that last but not least.
For their weaknesses.
Oh.
Silly.
I misunderstood that. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Just a misunderstanding.
hmm
Yeah,
Though
aside from that, I really don't care too much about the rest of these types that get thrown into the mix. But if you
Yeah.
could be vigilant for those three that like to come after us, dark types, That would be much appreciated.
I will be honest. When you said if you see a sock coming after me, I couldn't help but think of an article of clothing somehow chasing you.
Same.
Wouldn't that just be a ghost? Like a...
The gears are grinding in Apollo's head, and then they click. Yeah. That would be weird if one of those was coming after me. But seriously, if they look like they know how to use fighting type moves and they're coming after me, please, I'll pay you back with interest. Just keep them the fuck off me.
Lucia just gives a grin to Apollo.
Wouldn't it be more worrisome if a Mimikyu was coming after him because it's a fairy ghost?
Well, then it pretty much breaks even. And, let's see. I've got super luck, some pretty good accuracy. I think I'll make him hurt a bit. I already know how to use Slash, but once I learn how to use Night Slash, I think they're going to be much less of. I think I'll be a much bigger problem for them than they will ever be for me.
Well, I guess that brings us over to the next typing then.
That's where you come in.
Levi would flip to the book a moment before smiling, gives a glance to Padrock, and then turns the book around and sets it down, and reveals a rock ruff.
Ah, yes. Good old rock types. We're hard-headed, I know, but... Not to say that we don't have our fair amount of weaknesses, but we also have a fair amount of resistances too. That being, I do not care for fire, I do not care for flying, I do not care for normal nor poison. But please, please for the love of everything, if something that is a fighting, grass, ground, steel, or water type, keep it away from me. For all intents and purposes, keep it away from me.
I understand 100% with the ground type part. I'm sure Apollo is a kindred spirit when it comes to the fighting types. Everything else, though.
Yeah, it does I do find it a little lopsided that I'm effective against fire, bug, flying, and ice. So yeah, rock squishes the bug. Rock knocks down the bird. Well, water types are effective against me, but I'm effective against ice types, which is an interesting little thing.
Fair enough. I mean, for me, I'm typically effective against if it's in the water or if it's in the air, I can bring it down. Well, except for someone like Kua there, being a dragon type makes that a lot more difficult.
Yes, but there's also another stipulation that rock type often doesn't mention in the book, is that, well, if you're familiar with the weather of sandstorms, well, you know how it normally hurts most other mons and different typings. Instead of it hurting, it provides us a substantial boost in our defenses.
Wait, what? Really?
Even if that is not correct. You only get boosts if your ability strictly says that you get a boost.
Rock-type Pokemon have their special defense boosted by 50% during a sandstorm.
They're just immune to the damage.
Except they get a special defense boost during a sandstorm.
Let's check.
I do not remember reading that in the PTU rules.
Lacey, I'm gonna wait till Lacey checks that.
So, it's not in PTU, but it is in the main games that, from Generation 4 onward, it raises the special defense of rock types by 50%.
Huh.
Well, there you go.
The main
if it's not part of PTU, then I'll just retcon that a little bit then.
Fair enough.
But yes, Sandstorms don't bother me. They also don't bother ground types, for obvious reasons.
Good. Would have kept them away from me a little longer, but no.
Well, it's a good thing I know how to use defog then.
Indeed. But that takes care of going through the five of us, and I'd love to hit more of these books, more of these types, and more things here, but unless we get the gestures to Lucas, Lucio, Rufin, and Kua, like, unless you want to get them involved and them explaining their own weaknesses and strengths.
I honestly would like to say that we should go over ground typings because that's our current major weakness.
I'm going to see if I can develop something for that. I need to get an alchemy kit again. But till then, he would take a moment to check through the book, pause, and just look over to the side. Oh, hey, Lucas.
Hello. And how are you guys doing? You seem to be rather occupied.
We're, would you believe me if I said we're studying?
I would believe Castor if he said he was studying.
I was trying. I was sort of leading the study group, and then Levi led the study group.
I mean, the baton's been getting passed quite a bit.
Well, I do hope you guys are learning a good bit.
Huh?
I do hope you guys are learning a good bit.
Yeah, no, like, I'm taking notes. He says just like the thing of paper. Like, we all have some sort of expertise in these fields, given that we live the life. So I'm taking notes.
Yes. One thing that.
Wait, hold up. Harzath, go first.
One thing that we've been trying to mull over is our own typings and the differences between each other, and also dealing with our greatest weakness, ground type moves.
That does seem like something you'll want to work over.
Indeed.
I'm kind of glancing over it, and, well, the only options we have is grass, ice, and water, it seems. Do any of us learn any of these types of moves? I don't honestly think so.
Well, I'm sure a certain breaks in here might learn Scorpion at some point.
Wait. What about Energy Ball? Would they also be able to learn?
Curious fox sounds.
He just makes a side glance back at Reuben.
Reuben is already looking on at the sound of Energy Ball, just staring at a Luvi.
Something to note down, that's for sure. I gotta have to check with Emmy on that one sometime later.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, I need to get an ingredients list together to figure out how to do this, but I'm pretty sure I can make something to help us out against that, given it's so widespread. If I can make some sort of... Like, Levi is just, like, plotting in his head, as well as doing a little bit of sketching on the paper. The sketch on the paper is nonsensical, but to the Pikachu it makes complete sense.
Oh no, he's drawing diagrams again.
He's just like, if I can just... Like, he's gone from, like, drawing diagrams to, like, going to straight up drawing equations, trying to figure something out. Like, if I can just figure out a way to do this, then maybe I can... No.
Lucas kind of just grins at him.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, am I? I'm going to see if I can get some supplies together. Maybe work with Zane or Eaton on it. And, make something of an aerosolized device or medication to improve our resistance to ground type moves. I have a feeling we're going to need it. Especially given so many of us have a weakness to it, and just getting like one of those special berries, just one is not going to cut it. Yeah, I could probably survive something, but then what about the other three?
What is grass primarily based off of is the question.
That's correct.
Physical or special?
Special, usually. Unless you consider things like Leaf Blade. But most grass-type capabilities, to my knowledge, is either personal, like status, or special. He says try to think about it before actually taking moments to look into the book again.
Come to think of it, wasn't Leela using a special leaf of some sort that seemed to home in on targets?
You mean Razor Leaf?
No, it didn't look like that.
Lucas
Cool.
shakes his head and like, that would be magic leaf.
Huh.
That makes sense.
Also, we'll probably go on about 15 more minutes.
Mm-hmm. I think that's enough of this stuff. Levi said before closing the book. Frankly, I've taken my notes. I feel a bit more prepared about us going into the field. That we have a decent idea of how to engage if we see something that matches our type. But a small reminder never hurts. Agreed?
I can only hope this helps out.
I'll make sure you remember it.
The more you know, the better. Knowledge is always one of the most powerful weapons in the world.
Said the 600-year-old.
I was a scholar long before I joined the council, mind you.
I mean that, and given how much Castor actually knows, at least how much I think he knows, I'm inclined to agree with Lucas. Besides, Castor doesn't seem like the type of person to call us a bunch of idiots when he doesn't know what he's talking about. Compliment, by the way.
Thank you. I think. There was some backhand to that compliment.
I'm not sure whether to be insulted or thankful.
You know, that actually is a good point. Patrick does have a staff that seems to have a green gem to it. He probably could learn Energy Ball.
I don't. Maybe.
That move name doesn't seem to resonate with me, but who knows?
I imagine you have something. I mean, Solar Beam is one of them, right?
Yeah, I think I can remember a Solar Beam resonating with me.
Well, we'll get there when we figure it out, I guess.
I do remember reading something a while ago about Absol being able to learn Ice type and Water type moves. I can start looking into that with Emmy and see if I can come up with anything.
Perhaps
Diversity
you
is
can look
quite
into that. Perhaps you can look into that with Vierme. In fact, she knows ice, fire, water, and electric moves.
Oh god.
Is there a such thing as an ice fang?
There is. I know my dad never learned it, but he knew other Absol that did know it.
So there's that option.
That actually, out of character. Anybody else want to do anything before I do something else?
Nope, go ahead.
Apollo,
Nope.
Caster.
Okay.
Who's asking if anybody wants to do anything before I do something else?
I think we're getting about that point.
Okay.
Glacy did say we had 15 minutes, so just go ahead.
Okay. If I may, since you guys are wrapping up studying, I did want to address a question that was brought up. This is from Raven, who just walked over. Apollo decided to ask, what have we been up to lately? Safe to say, a lot. Oh boy. Aside from trying to, well, take care of some prior issues, recently we've been focusing a lot more on finding the remnants of a certain legend that we would be very grateful if they stayed gone. But that can't be helped. Now that we know they're out there, we also know that the zealots and various members of them are after them. I've also have some very interesting news to share with you. Whatever unity that the zealots had when we dealt with them doesn't seem to still be there.
What makes you say that?
Their organization and how they work. It seems like they work in cells. Individual groups with their own individual goals.
Oh, they're balkanizing.
They're what?
They're balkanizing. Splitting apart.
Yes, but I'm not exactly sure if they're all in the same general group anymore.
That doesn't make any sense. If they're splitting up, then where are they getting ZRD for every one of them?
I don't think they all have ZRD.
Every cell we've come across has had at least a few of them, but not all of them.
How many cells have you come across?
Maybe 2. And only like a handful of them were ZRD'd.
And I'll be honest, 2 isn't exactly the largest sampling size.
Even still, to only come across maybe an amount that you can count on your paws out of the entire group, it does raise a concern that they may not have as much as we may have feared.
I agree, but I also disagree. On one hand, whatever they're doing, there's not that much to go around. However, whatever they are doing, there is enough to make a difference. Someone is still finding ways to make it, and I am confident that someone has an alternative critical resource compared to what was initially at the Dead Sea. Unfortunately, me and Kua are not anywhere closer to it. The last person we tried to tell us where they got it, unfortunately took it to their grave.
Did he have like a suicide capsule or something?
You do know that the drug makes you so belligerent that you don't stop. You don't feel the need to stop, and by time we could get them to stop, they dropped.
You couldn't even restrain them?
It's kind of hard to... No, we couldn't. I tried.
Cool, sigh. They're a lot harder to pin than you would expect.
Like, when they're in that state, stopping them by pinning and or trying to get them to be rational isn't going to happen. I have seen one person on that drug still thinking clearly until they saw us. And then whatever clairvoyance they had was gone. Then it was right back to what you generally expect from someone on the drug.
They see a target and they gain tunnel vision.
Effectively.
So it's safe to say they can't be reasoned with no matter what they do until the drug wears off, assuming it does.
They can be reasoned with if they're not triggered to being hostile. The moment there is a hostile entity in their vicinity that they want to fight, any and all bets to reason with them are a losing bet. They will want to fight. They will want to fight like their life depends on it. And if they lose, well, that'll be the last thing they ever do. At the same time, I did come across one thing. One thing that makes me question just how organized these guys are, which is why I brought up that I don't think these guys are working together as closely as they did when Zor-Ellen was still alive. The drugs. Usually they're in all sorts of different apparatuses, be it test tubes, bottles, actually not even someone, but a good number of them take recycled potion bottles and fill that potion bottle with the drug. Keeps it out of sight. No one really bothers with it until they pop the top off and drink it. Although I remember hearing that someone... Levi looks back at Apollo. Shut it.
Hi.
Look, I thought it was going to heal me. I asked Glacy. Glacy said yes. And then immediately realized what I did. And then they immediately said no. And by then it was too late.
Yes, the stinging back of the throat feeling.
He just raises a brow. You drink a healing potion.
It wasn't my brightest moment, okay?
Just walks away.
Please continue, Riven. Sure. Anyway, each of those potions, if we can get a hold of them, or at least a look at them, they all appear different. Different tint, different color, different viscosity. They're not all being made from the same place or the same person. There are subtle differences in each and every single one of them, but the point is they still do the job, in some cases better or worse. Like, I've seen one of these things be made in such a way where I think the scariest one that me and Kua have encountered since we've been hunting down these zealots, well, not just me and Kua on this one, but it was also Zane, There's also Sapphire that was with us, thankfully. We went after one of these zealots, chased them down. They tried to fight us. It went about as well for them as you expect. But before going down, they drank the potion. They drank the drug. Whatever injuries they had were gone. They got up. They were healed. They were hopped up. They were inconsolable, and we basically had to fight them a second time. This time they didn't get up. It's interesting. Also concerning, just the variance that drug has now compared to when we were around. Just because one person takes it doesn't mean it's going to all in the same way. Maybe eventually one of them will find a way to stop killing themselves when they make the drug. But in words, anyway, that's mainly what we've been focused on. Just trying to find remnants and trails to figure out the source of ZRD. Otherwise, it has been me and 8,000, not 8,000, me and Kua flying around and trying to find any area that may have a remnant or a shard of Eternatus. I'm working on that, by the way.
Yeah, the best place we found was just an area that was covered in ash.
Disaster zones, yes. We looked around Cassia City proper. And I think the next up on our list is to visit Aberlov, actually. Probably find a few allies that are less susceptible to ghost types and head over there to go see if there's any trails of either Eternatus or, well, maybe Zorel and their walk of life left something behind.
May want to try and take this gang with me if I ever head that way.
Who knows? If Rain sees fit, I'll just take y'all along with me.
I remember I did ask you about going on another adventure with you.
Trust me, as much as I'd love to say yes, I have to clear it up with Linsula or Rain first. But ever since you guys decided to find a few things, well, my schedule's been full. Go ahead, Glacy.
I didn't say anything.
Oh.
Well, I understand. Out of character, I think we should probably wrap this up. I'm starting to fall asleep.
No worries.
Second. So I suppose that is the end of this session. And that was a pretty fun little session.
I enjoyed it.
So, with that done, what did the players think? Starting with Artemis.
It went pretty well, I think.
And are you feeling okay, by the way?
I'm feeling a bit better so far, yeah. We'll see how tomorrow treats me.
That's good. Get that taken care of soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Chris, what do you think?
Here we are. So, first and foremost, Artie,
Hello.
nice to hear from you. I'm happy to hear you in the session this time.
Yay.
Following that was a scene and a half at the beginning.
I'll say.
Xerneas breaks him.
Just gets to the end, keeps going through the dungeon. All right, we're done here. Time to go ahead and get ready to go home. And oh shit, Padrock's dead.
Almost dead.
Close enough. But the Xerneas was a good way to give us that transition between making sure we weren't all in the hospital again and actually being able to have time to just do this. Just kind of shoot the breeze, have a bit of fun, have a few laughs, and hang out.
Have something actually chill where...
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I didn't expect... It was just a silly idea I had to do something like this. It's just like, hey, let's go over stuff that we learned from this fight and see if we can improve upon it. I didn't realize it would be as funny and or fun as it did.
So, Harza.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think, Harza?
I think we got a good run-in for Xerneas and such. Though, not gonna lie, I was kinda trying to think of things to say, but a lot of people ended up being able to say most of what was, already there, so I was just like, I'll just hang back a bit.
What about you, Straight? What do you think?
I like this session a lot. It was a little touch and go with Padrock meeting up with Xern, getting assassinated like that, but I like that little moment I had with Xerneas and getting to improvise that whole spiel with what to do and what not to do when dealing with various weaknesses and how to get on Fall's good side when chasing off people who are stronger than him. That was a lot of fun to improv. And the sock thing was hilarious. I almost had water coming out my nose on that.
Sock 'em boppers, sock 'em boppers. More fun than a pillow fight.
God. So.
I feel old remembering when that happened.
Remember that
You
old
right?
song? Such a
So.
good song.
8,000. You have evolved. And what do you think of the session?
I had a lot of fun with it. You were right. You cut me off guard with which legend that was going to be, but it definitely makes a lot of sense in context. I really like how the scene turned out. Also, I did want to say from that, Artemis, I really enjoyed the question that Castor asked.
Why the fuck did you join then?
It was also the study session was really cool. It's awesome to get to see Sidecaster and
You want Castor
thinking about other things.
It was fun.
Also neat to see the other characters' input during that, and riding on the Xerneas back. I definitely considered that, but decided not to do it. And then so I guess Straight had the same wavelength as me, so snooze and I losed. Overall, quite a bit of fun. Hopefully you can do a slight bit more town session when we're not all super tired.
Yeah.
Because there is at least one more thing I think I'd like to do before we start getting back into missions.
Mm-hmm. The next session will be a mission, a dungeon, but there will be obviously more town sessions to come. But yeah. Oh, picture time.
Picturesque moments. Numero uno.
So, this image is from Ninja Blade. I'm somehow not breaking my Samus
And the second image.
Another image from Ninja Blade. Pedrock. Plot. Ethnicent doubt.
High five. Frowns.
And then the image that Pedrock got from Scott. In full resolution.
The ever so concerned Padrock.
And I mean full resolution.
That's a larger wand than we were expecting, honestly, because that ends up being like a literal full staff and not a wand.
Pretty much.
I did mention it was a bit taller than Padrock is.
Honestly, I think that's unique in the sense because most often it'll be a wand or something small. In this case, it was just a staff, and I was like, okay, that works.
Yeah, that's all the images this time. And we don't have our usual raider this time, because Prima is kind of dealing with the sickies.
Yeah,
Yep.
among other people as well. Oh my goodness, allergy season has been brutal.
May has been brutal in general.
So who do you think we should raid this time?
I am looking around now.
I am going to hop off early so I can get to sleep because I need to put this Vapo rub and go to bed.
Yeah.
First of all,
Thanks.
There was
I'm about to. Catch you all later.
Later.
Okay.
I'm meanwhile going to keep looking.
Maybe we can find someone from the storytellers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for.
By the way, as a note for the viewers, the storytellers are like kind of like a not really group, but like a society of people who have like their own kind of story in their own lives and stuff that are, I guess, kind of special, different from most people. And they're sort of like people who have like come past certain difficulties in their lives and whatnot, come to terms with certain things they are.
Let's see. Gecko Guild is playing Sea of Thieves. Gargalerg is playing Dead by Daylight. You have a Miru Kitsune who's playing Hitman 3. Meowpenheimer playing Total War Warhammer 2. 3.
I was about to say, not 3.
Look, there's lines. It's late. I counted 2. I went back and checked. I'm like, oh no, it's 3.
So, which do you think we should do?
So it's a toss-up between Total War, Warhammer 3, Sea of Thieves, Dead by Daylight, and Hitman 3.
You did actually post a name too.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go with what I posted. Gecko Guild.
All right. So, what are they playing again?
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves. I played that game a couple times before. It's not really my game, but it is a pretty entertaining game, at least. Open world, you just kind of wander the ocean as a pirate, and you can team up with other people and have like a different size ship and whatnot. Or just do things PvP, PvE, whatever. But it's a pretty fun game. So, hope you guys enjoy the raid to Gecko Guild, and we will most likely see you next Tuesday, given things go well. So,
Here.
later.
Later.
Have fun.